Thanks, everyone. If I could encourage you to please take your seats, we'll get started immediately. Thanks for So, good morning. My name is Ross Wood, and on behalf of the Rotary Peace Fellow class of the 13th Rotary Peace class at the University of Bradford, I would like to welcome you to this year's Bill Huntley Peace Seminar, which is titled Radical Peace, Understanding Extremism and Breaking Cycles of Violence. I can tell you that we are extremely excited to have you today, and we are looking forward to being able to discuss some of the issues that have been brought up during our coursework, as well as hopefully give you some perspective about how the Peace Fellows program has helped to shape us as humanitarians, as well as what we'll do with it in the future moving forward. So, a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. I've been asked to brief you on the emergency procedures, which are quite simple. In the unlikely event of a fire or some sort of emergency, there are exits here. Please refer yourself to these exits in a calm, orderly fashion. If you are closer to the doors in the back, you can go downstairs and exit this way with a rally points behind the building, between this building and the building that is right behind us. If you have any questions about that, please feel free to find a Peace Fellow during the break, and we'll be happy to explain for you. Okay, also, at 4 p.m., the doors in the back will lock, and there's a one-way exit system. So if you happen to leave anything inside, please find me or one of the other Peace Fellows, and we'll be happy to come in and fetch it for you. So there's that. And I believe those are all of my housekeeping responsibilities. Okay. So, moving on. This year, we have a new question process. So instead of passing a microphone around after the speakers are completed with their talks, we'll have a series of note cards that are that should have been given out when you enter the building. So if you take these note cards while the speakers are presenting, and you write down whichever question you might have, you can either direct a question to a specific speaker, Peace Fellow, or just have a general question, and then hold that card up. And a member of the Peace Fellows class of 14 will stop by, take it from you, and then hand it to me in the front, and I will then ask those questions off of those cards to the people that are presenting. So if you could please be somewhat generous with your questions, nothing too tough, which is a joke actually. You can be as tough as you like. We've been studying hard and we're ready for your questions. But just to give you an idea, some of the questions that I can answer for you up front are, the answer to what will you be doing next is, I have no idea. The answer to are the children our future is yes. Okay, so moving forward. Yes. I would like to take this opportunity to invite to the stage Ken Robertshaw, who is the host area coordinator incoming for the Peace Fellows program. And it's been a great pleasure to have worked with him so far, and I'd like to give the stage over to him.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Rotary fans and friends of Rotary, welcome to the Bill Huntley Memorial Peace Seminar for 2015. I know that many of you have travelled quite some considerable distances this morning to be here with us. In fact, some of you have come as far away as Halifax. The original Halifax, 7 miles down the road. But whatever the distance, whatever your connection to Rotary, the university or the Peace Fellows themselves, we're delighted to welcome you here this morning and to have you support the flagship programme of the Rotary Foundation. The Rotarians in the room will know only far too well the actual scale of the works undertaken by the Rotary Foundation. Polio eradication, clean water, effective sanitation, healthcare and education programmes. All of these are vital, utterly vital, and more than worthy of support of Rotary International. But unless we actually have a situation where peace prevails, people will be denied access to that clean water and sanitation. The healthcare will just dwindle away, and the education programmes will be replaced by nothing more than hateful rhetoric. The Peace Fellows programme strives to equip practitioners with the skills necessary that they're able to be effective, not just in promoting peace, but in creating an environment where it can thrive. And whilst the funding for the Peace Fellows initially comes from the Rotary Foundation funds, I don't know how many of you know, but there are individuals in the world, many of whom are not actually in any way connected to Rotary International, who will fund Peace Scholars in full, which therefore releases the funds back into the Rotary Foundation to do its other works. So, you can actually be sure of the knowledge that every penny that's spent on these people is very good. Today, as you listen to Class 13 of the Fellows, try and imagine the impact that your donations to the Rotary Foundation are having. Not just on their education here at Bradford as an individual, but on their activities as ambassadors of peace throughout the world. And think of it in terms of the thousands of lives that they're going to touch over the next 10, 20, 30, however knows how many years. Because that's quite literally what they will do. They will affect thousands of people. So, friends, I hope that you enjoyed today. I hope that you're inspired by it. And I hope that, you tell more people to come next year to the 50th anniversary, and we'll have even more people here to celebrate with us. But it now gives me great pleasure to introduce the Academic Director for the Rotary Peace Fellows Programme from Bradford University, Professor Neil Cooper. Professor.
Thank you very much, and can I add my welcome to you all to Bradford, for those of you who are from outside Bradford, to the university, and of course to the Peace Seminar. I thought I'd just say a few words about the issue of peace, because often as a professor of peace studies, one of the things that I hear people say a lot is well, why bother? The world is nasty and brutish. We live in a global anarchy, a dog-eat-dog state, and more to the point, it's always been like that. War will always be with us, and it's not ever going to change. And I'm here to tell you that one of the interesting things that's happening in my discipline at the moment is a debate about whether the world is actually getting more peaceful. Now, there are different perspectives on that, and the students have been engaging, or at least some of them have been engaging precisely with that question. But at least on some metrics, there is evidence to suggest that despite the series of this world, that actually, if you take a long-term perspective, major wars are in decline, battle deaths are in decline, and homicide rates even are in decline. Now, this may sound counterintuitive, but this is what some of the data, at least, is telling us. But let me give you a more concrete example. I think if I was stood here in 1946, after a start of the 20th century in Europe, which had seen 2 world wars and a Holocaust, if I had turned to you at that point and I'd said, yes, actually, by 2015, Western Europe will be known as an area where states no longer expect to go to war with each other. States no longer even plan to go to war with each other. I suspect that in 1946, you'd have all looked at me a little bit cynically and a little bit quizzically, and it might have called for a doctor even. So change is possible. Peace is possible. But in order to create peace, we require agents of change, and this is in 2 senses. First of all, peace often does require agents who use their hard cash and make hard choices to invest in and support peace. And that is what Rotary is doing with the Peace Fellows programme. I'm kind of tempted to, suggest that this makes you the agents of loose change, therefore. But of course, we're not talking about loose change here. We're talking actually about a considerable financial commitment from Rotary to this programme. And often that's what peace requires. So, one of the questions that gives rise to then is why make that commitment? And hopefully you'll get the answer to that question today when you hear the fellows speak and when you meet them, because these are quite remarkable people. They are indeed the agents of change for a more peaceful world. These are the ones that are going to do the heavy lifting for peace, and the ones willing to put in the hard yards to make a better world. But I know that me standing here telling you this is a good thing isn't going to cut the mustard with many of you, because you're Rotarians, right? You don't necessarily just listen to what people say, you want to hear the evidence. Right? You want to hear the hard evidence. And so I would therefore just ask you to listen to the presentations here today and make a point of talking to the fellows about their lives and their experiences and their plans for the future, and to make your own mind up. But when you do so, I would also like to ask you to remember that today isn't just about the individuals you see here today. This, remember, is class 14. So the fellows here represent the hundreds of Rotary fellows who've passed through the programme already, both here and in other centres, and the hundreds of fellows who will pass through the programme in the future. So bear that in mind. This is a kind of peace army and a peace time bomb, if you like, not to mix metaphors, that you're creating here. So I'm confident that when you do see them, you do listen to them, that like me, you'll end up feeling inspired and proud to be associated with this programme and to be associated with these fellows. Thank you.
Thank you, Balan, and greetings of peace to everyone in this great hall. My name is Leo Balan and I'm from the Philippines. As a teacher, I chose to examine the role of peace education in eliminating the causes rather than just simply treating the symptoms of social violence. My academic training in this university reaffirmed my passion and commitment to education. Coming from a small village bereft of opportunities, my parents have always reminded me and my 6 siblings that the only worthy inheritance they could leave us is a good education. Without a doubt, it is not only helpful in improving one's life socially and economically, but also a means of achieving peace. I firmly believe that stable peace and quality education are the 2 essential requisites to development that is manageable and sustainable. What is peace education? According to Harris and Morrison, peace education can be both viewed as a philosophy and a process. As a philosophy, it teaches non-violence, love, compassion, and reverence for all forms of life. As a process, it involves empowering people with the skills, attitude, and knowledge to create a world where conflicts are solved non-violently and build a sustainable environment. Peace education seeks to transform the present human condition by changing social structures and patterns of thought that have created it. A study in Colombia by Diaz-Granados and others in 2014 suggests that the core principles and practices for transformative peace education are effective in creating changes in teachers' pedagogies, as well as understanding their roles in recreating and sustaining peace. Dr. Jose Rizal, our national hero, challenged the Filipino youth in 1879 when he was just 18 years old. In his poem, originally written in Spanish, he said, "Hold high the brow serene, O you, where now you stand. Let the bright sheen of your grave be seen, fair hope of my fatherland." The peace dot and the open book logo serves as a reminder that as long as violence exists in any of its forms, peace education will never cease to take action. In 1897, John Dewey argued that education is the fundamental method of social progress and reform. But what do you think of this? There are two people in this hall who know exactly where I took this photo. So if beer is indeed importanter than education, then the world might as well come to an end. Let us consider 3 important elements that go into the curriculum taught in our educational systems. Although I support the construction of knowledge, I suppose that the questions of pragmatics are more important for curricular development. It begs the question, what does a peace education curriculum enable students to accomplish? These cannot be answered without deliberating on important questions, such as, what and whose values are in play? What is needed, and by whom? And what are the ramifications for the society and the world at large? It is not what the young learners can recite that reveals good education, but what they can do without knowledge to make the world a more peaceful place for everyone. As the University of Bradford aptly says, make knowledge work. In Education and Social Construction, Jim Cummings, an educationalist from Canada, examined the social construction of identities reflections on 21st century education following the Charlie Hebdo slaughter in France. He considered 2 main questions. 1, the extent to which educational system in Western countries may have indirectly contributed to the alienation and radicalization of youth from socially marginalized groups. And 2, the extent to which alternative educational orientations that prioritize the ways in which identities are negotiated within schools might increase the identification of marginalized youths. The overall argument is that schools can increase the probability that the youth from marginalized groups will engage in a positive way with the broader society if they focus on promoting identities of competence. It is alarming to know that students who drop out of school with minimal qualifications and few job prospects represent fertile ground for recruitment to identity-affirming roles in a global jihadist movement. The question of pragmatics is, how can this study translate into a more responsive educational reform to ensure that Charlie Hebdo will never happen again in France or elsewhere in the world? I shall now take you to the beautiful country of New Zealand, where I completed my applied field experience. According to the 2012 Global Peace Index, New Zealand is the 2nd most peaceful country in the world, down by a notch in 2013. In contrast, a study conducted by Mills and others in 2012 shows that the rates of school bullying in New Zealand are among the worst in the world. This echoes the findings in 2013 by Green and others from the Victoria University of Wellington that 94% of the 860 respondents indicated that bullying occurred in their schools. Here's the big question. Why is it that one of the most peaceful countries in the world has also one of the highest rates of bullying? It appears that the GPI do not fully reflect the reality on the ground. And again, what educational reform can be introduced to curb bullying effectively and consequently stop violence? I've spent my internship at the Peace Foundation in Adlan, which provides peace education-related services to the family, community, and schools. The Cool Schools Peer Mediation is a program for primary and intermediate schools that builds positive and caring relationships with others, especially when conflict arises over differences. The Leadership Through Peer Mediation program empowers high school students to promote fairness and respect, watch out for harassment and bullying, and help students in need through a peer mediation service. The Kia Tau Te Rangi Maria is a newly introduced Maori program that embodies a holistic approach to Indigenous conflict resolution in both primary and high school level. For more than 20 years, schools have benefited from the programs, but the increasing concerns on school violence suggests that these programs need to be reviewed to determine if they are still responsive to the current challenges. In line with this, I conducted an impact assessment of the LTPM in 9 schools during my tenure as an intern. Although concerns were raised because not so many students are involved due to limited resources, the result reveals that most of the 173 respondents were very satisfied with the LTPM. One former LTPM peer mediator said, and I quote, "It has definitely helped me since leaving school. I studied forensic psychology, and to this day I still utilize the tools I was taught," unquote. Interestingly, an important question was also noted. What's next for trained peer mediators after completing high school? So far, there are no organized student peer mediation services as per my conversations with professors from 3 major universities in Auckland. For now, these children can continue practicing their skills when they join LTPM in high school. From Aotearoa, the land of the long white clouds, I shall now bring you to the pearl of the Orient Seas. The Philippines is ranked 141st in the GPI for 2015. For years, my country has performed poorly because existing programs have either been inadequate or ineffective. For instance, Executive Order 570, issued in 2008, mandated the Department of Education to actively promote a culture of peace by incorporating peace education concepts, skills, and values in the learning content of basic education. There is, however, a huge gap between this policy and the reality in the field. 7 years later, many schools nationwide do not still have any clear policy on the implementation of EO 570, and teachers, let alone students, have no clear understanding of the nature of peace education. This highlights the basic premise that one has to first construct knowledge before applying it to yield desired change. My dissertation delves partly on reviewing and strengthening EO 570 and the introduction of peer mediation practices in the country. In order to see how one model works among children, I'd like to share with you this video of a 5-year-old peer mediator in New Zealand.
Welcome to mediation time. Mediation rules. No interrupting, no name calling or put downs. Be honest, agree to solve that problem. Dr. Richard Parkland. I don't want Kabir to play with me because I was playing with my own friends. What was your problem? I wanted to play with Chiskaran. How did you feel about that? Cross, angry. How did you feel about that? Angry. Do you have any solutions to help? Do you have any solutions to help? Do you have any solutions to help? I don't have any solutions. So next time. Just Kara could say sorry and I could start a new game. Kabir could say please. Kabir could go in the class and get another friend. Kabir could go to friendship so you make new friends. Just Kara could say, I'm sorry I didn't have to play with you, but I can play with you tomorrow. Did you see any solutions that you like? What can you say? He said, just Kara could say, sorry I can't play with you tomorrow. Just Kara, did you see any solutions that you liked? Kindies, what did I think to say? Forgot. What did you say? Please get a break. Congratulations, you solved the problem.
Can you just imagine how is it like when children from all over the world are taught how to manage their conflicts this way? Through a responsive school peace education curriculum, children will understand that conflict is a part of everyday life. Learning how to deal with it constructively at a young age may eventually lead to breaking the cycles of violence. Proverbs reminds us to train up children in the way they should go, and when they grow old, they will not depart from it. It is our moral duty to pave the way for children from all walks of life, from every country in this world, to lead and become the fair hope of our global society. That is our gift to the world. In closing, I'd like to express my sincerest gratitude to Rotary Foundation, the University of Bradford Center for Peace Studies, and Host District 1040 for this wonderful opportunity that I may be a gift to the world by working for peace through education. Thank you very much to my hosts, Ian Notes and his wife Liz, for their kindness and hospitality. PDG Margaret Morley and the entire District 1070 family as my ever-supportive distant hosts. And special mention goes to Paul Casworth, Kelvin Rushworth, Alison Lloyd Harris, and District 1030. Thank you all so much from me and my family. Mabuhay.
To Uppsala University because I like to study languages. For your information, I have 14 languages that I speak. So I couldn't see myself to go to Sweden, I think, and study not only English and see like that kind of Swedish language, and you know, that's why I decided to come here, and the goal was also to keep improving my English knowledge. So here I came to study conflict resolution because, as all of us know, conflict, we always have conflict everywhere, even within ourselves. So the best thing is always to have good tools, good strategies to try to deal with that conflict. And naturally, all conflicts are not really bad. There are some of them that can help you to come up with a good solution to try to start. So I chose Bradford University also because not only about the proximity, but I felt like I would have also good friends that would help me to learn. And when I came here, I realized that because all professors are very helpful, all students are very helpful, we have also multinational and multicultural areas here. And I thank you very much for giving this opportunity to come study here. And definitely I'll be able to recommend my friends to come here and study here. My FE, I want to do my FE with Refugees International, which is a non-governmental organization in the United States. And why did I go there? Because, like I told you previously, I have a refugee background, and I have a passion to see how to help that kind of special people, if I can say. I know that there are also displaced people who are becoming more and more because of natural catastrophe. So conflict resolution is very important. We all need to know to have all those strategies that can help us to deal with the conflict. All tools, physical tools, spiritual tools, I know you know exactly what I mean. So I went to Refugee International, and I was working as advocate assistant. So my goal was to monitor East African countries, Central African countries, and the Great Lakes, where I'm from, definitely. And one of the things that we did was to send a mission in Chad to see how to help refugees coming from Darfur to be integrated locally, because most of them don't want to go back to Darfur, so they want to be integrated in that area in Chad. So we sent a mission there, and as having an African background, I knew also the kind of advices to give according to our culture. And we also sent a mission to Burundi. We sent the mission to Burundi to see how to convince that government to avoid doing that the type of relations like this with the United States, and I believe most international community don't support. Refugee International gave me more ways to see how to apply the theoretical things that I've learned and see the practice, because as we know, there are also a little gap between theory and practice. So you cannot have only theoretical knowledge without knowing exactly how it works on the ground. And if I say that, it's because when I was a refugee, I realized that because some of those officials, they were focusing only on reading the procedure manual. They didn't know exactly that some of the decision would not work on the ground. And during my journey there, also I wrote blogs, because next year in 2016, international community will have a World Humanitarian Summit, and the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said that we should start focusing on how to privilege the accountability of beneficiaries. Why? Because, let's take an example. If you're a doctor and you know that to cure malaria, you have to give this kind of pill, you should not be sure that if you use the same pill that you use in Colombia will really work in the Congo. So you always need to put the beneficiary to ask them, do you think that this kind of solution can work for you? So I wrote that blog because I did that in Gabon when I was refugee, and yeah. So my dissertation, which I'm still doing my research, I'm focusing on the Israeli-Palestine conflict and the two-state solution that I support. Definitely the two-state solution is practical and widely accepted by most people. But proponents need to focus more also on in the area of peace building to bring trust between the two parties. And the former peace model, which is Geneva Accord, Oslo Accord, roadmap, land swap, should be revised very well so we can learn from mistakes and try to create a comprehensive and hybrid plan. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity, and all of my friends, I believe, to come here and learn more. I will advise you to keep putting your money. Don't say that the money is not doing anything. Because I believe that to succeed our journey here as a human being, we have to be able to learn, to help, and we have to be able also to bring our contribution to bring the world as a better place to live. All of us can realize that's what now in the 21st century, peace is becoming more important. We don't understand why some people try to behave bad. That's why I also like the quote given by the Dalai Lama saying that if you are not able to help, so stop bothering people, you know. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Perhaps I can use button is 2 minutes that are left. Good afternoon. Good morning, I mean. Good morning. It feels like afternoon already. Anyway, my name is Bulu Gareng Mobil. I'm originally from South Sudan, but I'm now a naturalized US citizen. I'm so very glad to be here today to stand in front of you as a Rotary Peace Fellow. And I would like to give thanks to all of you and the wonderful Rotarian and Bradford Peace Center staff for all the support that you have given us during our time here in Yorkshire. I would also like to thank my host family, Chris and Les Baum, for taking me in with my family like one of their sons. Also, my distant host, David Scott from Rotary Club of Manchester. I didn't know he was going to be here, but he's here today, so happy to see him. And I'm very glad for the support that David has also given me during my time here. All of you have been very wonderful, and you have become a part of my life. Everywhere I go, I try to make sure that the people that have come into my life remain as important people in my life. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to reflect about my reason why I became a Rotary Peace Fellow and my background. So, as my time is winding down here at the University of Bradford as a Rotary Peace Fellow, I have been thinking about what made me come to this place in the first place. And beyond that, if I got out of this experience all that I had hoped for, looking back, I noticed that I'm the ultimate example of an immigrant story who is just trying to overcome the reality of a new life in a strange new world. Watching the impacts of war on so many people in my own country, of West South Sudan, and what has been unfolding in Syria, broke my heart. A recent United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, report put the number of forcibly displaced persons around the world at 59.5 million, just shy about 6 million to close to UK population, which is the biggest number of people living as refugees since the Second World War. This is an immense tragedy that should require all of us as humanity to stand up for peace. The painful reality of war can only be cured by the compassion of people. Hemingway once wrote, in a farewell to arm, that war is nothing more than the dark, murderous extension of a world that refuses to acknowledge, protect, or preserve true love. As a former refugee, I know what it feels like to be forced to live in a foreign country and the difference that people can make in the life of others when they welcome strangers, simply because of our sheer humanity, humbly in love. I was taken to the United States when I was 17 years old as a refugee on December 4, 2000, through a refugee resettlement program undertaken by the United Nations and the United States Department of State, with a group of South Sudanese boys, now young men, who have been known in the international media, especially in the United States, as the lost boy of Sudan. Our story is a real story of human tragedy and resilience, unlike the lost boy of Peter Pan, for those of you who may have read him, who decided to never grow up. Leaving behind our country of origin and everyone that we love and knew was not really our choice. The outbreak of civil war in Sudan in 1983 brought the circumstances that would permanently halted our life. My cohorts and I were forced to flee our country in 1987 and 1989 in order for us to be able to seek safety. You can see the pictures there. We were forced to walk barefoot for more than 1,000 miles across international borders because there were no cars to go to a refugee camp in Ethiopia. Then to Logichogyo in northern Kenya, where we were resettled in a refugee camp called Khartoum, after fleeing another outbreak of civil war in Ethiopia in 1991. As we have been known as the lost boy of Sudan, we all know what it is to be separated from family members, sleep on an empty stomach, naked and uncertain of what tomorrow will present. Some of our friends lost their life because there were so many dangers on the way. While animals attacked us, there were many diseases, we had no food, there was no water. The list of no was endless. But God is great. We were finally taken to America, a country that we barely knew anything about, except that we were going to be received by some resettlement agencies that would help us during our transition. It was for the most part like going to a place where no one experienced suffering. As Mark Bixler wrote in his book, The Lost Boy of Sudan, noting that people stuck in refugee camps often see resettlement in the United States as the most ideal of all possible outcomes, even though it was highly unlikely for any given refugee. His observation is by no means a surprise because each and every one of us has a responsibility to make this world a more just and peaceful place to live. It was because of our suffering that the UNHCR and the United States Department of State determined that repatriation and family reunification was no longer an option for us as Lost Boys of Sudan. Approximately 3,600 of us were resettled in the United States, beginning in the fall of 2000. After having lived in a refugee camp in Ethiopia and Kenya for more than a decade, I was placed with Catholic Charities. It's an accompanied refugee minor program in Jackson, Mississippi. And you can see there, the other arrow, the blue arrow, it shows that the area where other lost boys were taken to. And also Louisville, where Meg, who is one of the students in this class, there are lost boys in that state too, in Kentucky. Although life in America may have presented us with struggle and dangers of a different kind, volunteers' help was very important in our adjustment in America. In Jackson, Mississippi, where I was resettled, we had volunteers from local communities and faith groups. They were the one who gave us much hand when we had just arrived. They took us around to look for a job and provided us with clothes. There is now a Sudanese ministry committee that was established through the Episcopal Diocese of Mississippi to help the lost boys of Sudan living in Mississippi. Through the help that we receive from many people of goodwill, our story as the lost boy of Sudan was able to draw a significant global media attention that galvanized political and public support for the peace process in Sudan and ultimately facilitated the independence of South Sudan from Sudan in the north in July 2011. As you can see in the map there, it shows the boundary line, how Sudan, by the way, as a whole, before South Sudan became an independent, was a British colony. The way the British ruled the country was that southern part of the country was kept as Christian predominant. Northern part was allowed to be Islamized. So many people in the northern part of Sudan tend to be Muslim. Southern part of the country tend to be Christian. So when South Sudan became an independent country, the line that the British used when Sudan gained independence from British in 1956 was the line that was used to carve out South Sudan as an independent country. Unfortunately, South Sudan has recently returned to another civil war. Despite war-ridden past, and more than 2 million people have been displaced by the current conflict. So why am I sharing this story? I'm sharing this story to let you know. I do not tell you this story so that you will feel sorrow for the suffering that I and my colleagues, the lost boy of Sudan, has experienced, but so you will understand more to be able to make others understand the situation that refugees find themselves in. As a former refugee, I just wanted to live in a society where there is law and order. It is simple things in life like showing interest and caring for others that make the heart grow fonder. You can see here, this is Mr. Les, who is our host parent. He became like a grandfather to my children and same to priests. So I believe that refugees deserve to live in peace and remain in a society where their universal human right is guaranteed and recognized in the eyes of the law, where fair play, call it good governance, is prevalent, where people thrive in diversity, and where they can have hope that there will be a conducive atmosphere in which the next generation, our children or grandchildren can live in, or at least one that offered them the choice against making another country their home, like I did in the US. The problem of refugee has recently become a big issue of concern because of the Syrian refugee crisis, not only in the United Kingdom but also across Europe and also in the United States. Addressing such issues is the reason why I became a Rotary Peace Fellow, because I was always appalled and ashamed to continually see people suffering and dying while sitting idly enjoying freedom in the West without doing anything about it. I believe that the problem of refugees can be stopped if wars can be stopped. It would be naive too to think that those wars taking place around the world are a result of internal problems only without also realizing the important role that international policies make us play in shaping the trajectory of war. So what Rotary Peace Fellowship has meant for me, having had the honor and the opportunity to study as a Rotary Peace Fellow at the University of Bradford, I have been able to immerse myself in academic study and research devoted to the practical application of peaceful solutions to violent conflict. I have learned that peace is possible around the world, but it requires local peace builders, such as yourself, Rotarian, and also Rotary Peace Fellows, to stand up for peace, to rebuild people's lives. So how might we step up out of our comfort zone and say refugees are welcome? To save those who are directly affected by food insecurity and other vulnerabilities, or to tutor the child who is at risk in a neighborhood where you might not feel safe, to engage in dialogue with other faith groups, such as here in Bradford with Muslim groups or other nationalities. I believe these are some of the ways in which Rotarian can help refugees find a durable solution and advance world understanding and goodwill and peace. With the knowledge and experience that I have gained as a Rotary Peace Fellow at the University of Bradford, I hope to work as a peace builder on conflict-related issues. I believe that local peace builders can take strength from this support that Rotarians give to help peace. So I just want to conclude with a saying from Nelson Mandela, in which he said, "All men, even the most cold-blooded, have core of decency if their heart are touched. They are capable of changing." So can you imagine? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Such a pleasure to see so many of you join us today, so many Rotarians, so many friends. So today I'd like to tell you a little bit more about my path to and through the fellowship, and then share with you some of the key lessons learned through this year. So I'm originally Italian from Naples, southern Italy. This is my family, a picture of us when I was around 8 or 9 years old. And I grew up in the Montessori school on the NATO base right outside of Naples, with a number of students and youth from different NATO countries, different backgrounds, different religions, different cultures. And it came as a shock as a child to learn that this diversity that made our everyday life so much more interesting and our learning so much more rich was actually causing so much suffering and pain and conflict throughout the world. So after my primary education, I decided to go study international relations and diplomacy. And since my studies started in 2002, a year after 9/11, I was particularly interested in looking into Islam and the MENA region, and the Middle East North Africa region. And so I went off to Turkey for my bachelor dissertation to study the Turkish public opinion about the possible entrance of Turkey in the EU. Aside from that, I was also very active with a number of student and youth organizations that allowed me to experience a number of institutions and travel to different countries through Europe, and also participate to different education games such as Model United Nations conferences. Eventually, my activism led me to New York City for an internship at the United Nations, and so in September 2008, I left Italy, went to New York, and started one of the most meaningful journeys in my life. I was at the UN. I learned about international relations and diplomacy firsthand. I learned a lot from my colleagues and many other interns coming from all over the world to the UN and from my boss. And eventually I found Solia, the organization with whom I worked for 5 years. So an adventure of 6 months turned into a life experience of 6 years. Solia is an international organization based in New York with an office in Cairo that focuses on international and intercultural relations between students and youth in the US, Europe, and the Middle East. Solia brings them together on our online platform to have a variety of conversations and sort of go in depth into a number of issues that are dear to the students in our groups. Solia also brought us, staff, and some of our participants to visit Middle Eastern countries. There are a couple of pictures on the screen of us in Jordan and in Qatar. And I obviously learned so much also from my colleagues at the office and again from their life experiences and diversity of cultures and backgrounds. So my job was, my job at Solia was not my only occupation in New York. I also trained and became a mediator for the courts of Manhattan and Brooklyn and mediated around 55 cases in the course of 2 years, ranging from commercial to community to juvenile delinquency to divorce and so on. I was also active with an organization called Mediators Beyond Borders. Mediators Beyond Borders is also based in the US, but they do capacity building and conflict resolution in different countries of the world. And they were very much interested in connecting with Rotary for obvious reasons. And so eventually, MBB, Mediators Beyond Borders, decided to send me to Hawaii in 2013 to participate at a Rotary Global Peace Forum and try to create those networks and those connections with Rotary to sort of foster their partnership. And so I went to Hawaii, and aside from enjoying very much both the conference and the islands, I learned about this Peace Fellowship program, and this is why I'm here. So fast forward, in August 2014, I left the US, moved back to Europe, and came to Bradford, and started this amazing journey here in the UK. Now, this year has been absolutely incredible, both in terms of learning, in terms of connecting with the local community, in terms of connecting with a number of incredible people, both in this program and in the master's degree program. Each one of us brought a wealth of personal and professional experience to this experience, and we all learned from each other. Our experiences made the learning so much more real because it was enriched with stories and with a knowledge about what it means to apply conflict resolution in a number of different settings. I also very much enjoyed meeting so many of you, so many Rotarians in the UK, and learn about your programs. Over the year, I participated to around 12 speaking engagements, and I think this is a very good time to thank my host Rotarians, Ken and Joyce, and John and Carol, who have allowed me to join their clubs and participate in some of their events to learn so much more about Rotary locally. And so this summer, as my applied field experience, I went to Morocco. The reason why I chose Morocco and the organization Search for Common Ground is that being a mediator, I'm always interested in other ways of thinking and doing conflict resolution. And so Search for Common Ground is an international organization with offices in more than 40 countries around the world doing capacity building and conflict resolution in the field, and very much adapting their contribution to the local needs. And so I divided myself between work at the office, research on conflict resolution in Morocco at the library, and then traveling around the country to really get a sense of the diversity within Morocco. And I'm going to share more about this in a second. But anyway, you can see on the screen some pictures of me in Rabat, Casablanca, Tangier, and in the Sahara Desert. So eventually, after my course at Bradford has ended and I graduate, I would like to continue my career as a mediator, possibly at an international level in the framework of the United Nations. Now, I'd like to share with you some of the lessons learned during the year. As students, obviously, research is a priority. Our professors have made it very clear that to be a successful student and to really learn, research was an absolute priority. And so we have done. But I believe that for the complex world we live in, research has actually become a priority for everyone. I believe that few of us would question the fact that we live in a part of the world where freedom of press and freedom of speech is almost a given. However, media has developed and has its own corporate interest. And once a particular frame of a particular narrative has been found that is successful, this narrative will be used to frame pretty much everything that we hear. And so we're all very much aware of what has been a narrative around Muslims since 9/11. But how many people actually know that the Quran talks about Jesus, that he is considered one of the major prophets, that Mary is mentioned in the Quran more times than it's mentioned in the New Testament, that the Quran considers Jews and Christians people of the book, meaning that we're all part of one theological revelation that has been closed by the Prophet Muhammad. So what if, one more thing. So how do actions of groups like ISIS fit this picture? Well, they know very well the role that religion plays in many people's lives, and this message is twisted and turned to actually fit their own very secular objectives. So what if, instead of holding our assumptions for absolute truths, we question them and committed to go to the bottom of it? We have to be very careful about the widespread narratives that we hold true and make the effort to go deeper under the surface, because the stories we believe in become self-fulfilling prophecies and shape our future and the environment we live in. Which leads us to the next point, which is engaging. So, as I said, it's been a great year to engage with so many different people from different backgrounds and cultures. But what if this became our priority in our everyday lives, with our neighbors, with people that come from other countries to our own countries? We're all aware of the immigration crisis. What if we interacted with this other on a more regular basis? What if by reaching to this other, we could diffuse intercultural tensions and actually discourage them? Many of those who have left this country to go join ISIS actually lived in isolation from the broader British community. But what if somebody had reached them before, out of friendship and support, and made the ISIS narrative all the more inapplicable and fake? The reality is, the more we stay isolated, the more we isolate, the more we will encourage the same narratives that threaten our security and actually create the conditions that make radicalization possible. Last but not least, traveling, and we're all very much aware of the value of travel and immersing ourselves in other people's culture. However, I would like to invite everybody to consider going a step further, and that is to really engage with the country, with the people of the countries we're visiting, beyond the shopkeeper, tourist type of connection. So when I was in Morocco, I decided to go visit the Sahara Desert, not only because of the beautiful landscapes, but also because I wanted to connect to the indigenous people of Morocco, which are the Berbers. So widespread narrative in Morocco is that the French and the Spaniards have been the conquering powers, the colonizing powers in Morocco. However, the Berbers, the indigenous people of Morocco, have a completely different narrative. They actually think of the Arabs as the invaders, and this is a story that goes back many centuries. The interesting fact, though, is that 90% of Moroccans are genetically Berber, although 99% of them consider themselves culturally Arab and Muslim. In my conversation with the Berber that I met in my trip, I actually asked why I didn't hear more about their tradition, their culture. Why wasn't I being told more about them in my traveling and in my visit to the desert? This question was met rather with suspicion, and my friend wondered why I was actually asking this question. And in talking more, I discovered the majority of people visiting the desert are really looking for a fancy, extravagant opportunity to visit a different place. And they don't really care about connecting with the local populations. So one instrumental relationship, the tourists wanting to get an exotic trip, leads to another, in which the Berbers, not being perceived as more than a means to an end, seek Western women and tourists for overpriced tours, flirting, and so on and so forth. But what if we all seek the connection to the community we were visiting? What if we really engaged with the people we encounter? At the end of the day, traveling is not about fulfilling expectations, but it's about crushing them and revealing to us something we didn't expect and maybe changing our perceptions completely. So let's have the courage to actually step out of our comfort zones and genuinely engage with no hidden agendas with the people we encounter. I think we will be surprised. I would like to close my presentation with a quote from Edgar Morin, philosopher of complex thought. If I was guided only by reason, I would have to conclude that we're on the edge of an abyss. But in the history of humankind exists the unforeseen, that unpredictable occurrence that could change the course of things. That's why, deep down, I remain an optimist. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rotary, for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you guys very much. We have some time for questions. Okay, the first question is for Bull. And Bull, what happened to the girls of Sudan at the time of the war? Just look a little bit about the Lost Boys, or where were the Lost Boys?
Gender sensitivity, I guess. Well, what happened to the girl is a question that was often asked when we were resettled in the US as Lost Boy of Sudan. Actually, because of the tradition in most African countries, and here I will speak of South Sudan, girls are protected a lot by their parents, but boys are seen to be independent. So if anything happens, boys are always seen to protect themselves compared to girls. So when the war broke out, the boys were always a target, either to be recruited as child soldiers or killed. So that's why many of the boys end up in Ethiopia. There were a few girls that were there, but there were very few.
Thanks very much. The next question is for Burton. Burton, does the large-scale migration of refugees, for example, to Europe, lead to an increase in nationalism and potentially in conflict? Good luck.
You know, I think both sides have a little bit of reason to, some of them to be against, some of them to applaud, to accept. But as human beings, like I said previously, we have to be able to help. Those people are not coming here by themselves. There is something that pushes them to go, to run, you know. There are a lot of economic and a lot of instability in their countries. So if those people are coming, I think we are obliged to show, you know, to do our best to try to fill them in. And not only that, we have also to do our best to find out exactly what is pushing them to run away. Because there are not all of them who really want to leave out of their countries. So we should ask our Western authorities to be, to be more implicated on how to bring peace in those countries. Because I believe if there is economic stability, security, they will not, most of them will not come here. There are a lot of opportunities back home. That's what I believe. So my advice would be, if they are here, we have to do our best to receive them, and we have to ask also our authority to push on bringing peace and stop, for example, supporting those terror for the Western oligarchy, they should not only support those leaders, they should also ask them or give them some tools how to respect human rights. Because most of those people, they are not against that power. They only want to have the minimum level of life, be able to sell their crops, be able to have some opportunities to get jobs. That's what I believe. So now they are here. All of us are obliged to receive them and find solutions to put them in, to put them as part of our community. And remember that, for example, the United States, they are very powerful because you find a lot of communities there. So we have to be able to understand them and help them to be integrated and learn also from them, because they also bring some of the knowledge and some of the areas that we are not expert in.
Another question for Claudia. In terms of mediation, what do you think the specific role of mediation in the peace-building process is? And can you give us some examples of mediation that you've done to that effect?
Sure. Thanks. Okay. Can you? Hello?
I think you turned it off. You can add this to the
Hello?
class.
Yes. Great. Sorry. The question was about mediation, the role that mediation can play. Sure, okay, so I think that nowadays, one of the issues with mediation at an international level is that those doing mediation are actually not doing it in an impartial way. So we see mediations that actually look like negotiations. So you have two parties or more, and you have the mediators actually vouching for one or the other, mostly one. And so that creates an imbalance, because actually pure mediation, so to speak, requires the third party, the mediator, to be neutral. Now, obviously there's a whole, we could talk for the next 3 days about what neutrality is, if it's really possible. However, the fact that, if there exists, as it exists, at an international level, already a strong power imbalance between two parties, if the third party puts its weight behind behind the one that has already a lot of power, that doesn't really help in the whole process. So I wish and I hope that mediation will a more pure form of mediation will be used to solve more conflicts. I've seen mediation be a little bit on the rise in the past 5 to 10 years. There's actually been a UN mediation framework. Mediation has been integrated into a judiciary system of different European countries. So there are efforts to bring this practice very much into the everyday lives, both locally and internationally, to encourage it. In terms of a personal experience with mediation, right? Was that, yeah? Well, many different ones. I can say that the biggest, for me, the biggest lesson from mediation has been one of compassion, because when you observe two people really struggling for going through a number of stresses, both emotionally and materially and on all sorts of levels, you can just appreciate what they're going through and think about yourself in a similar situation. So as a mediator, you try to bring people together around common interests, no matter what they may be. There are issues that are beyond mediation, meaning that, I've dealt with some juvenile delinquency cases or abuse cases that require so much more than mediation, so much more support for the people involved. I can just say that, just sometimes even just being present with somebody going through so much and being able to listen is already a huge contribution.
Thanks very much. Let's do a bit of schedule, so we have time for another question. Bull, if you'll be gracious enough. The question here, again, a very difficult one, is how do you see the conflict in South Sudan playing out in the next 6 months in terms of the peace-building process there?
It's an interesting question, because it's very hard actually to predict the outcome of peace, especially when you look at the way the two opposing parties have been fighting each other, either at the battlefield or at the negotiation table. Many of you may be aware that the conflict in South Sudan is actually being fueled because of the presence of oil. And either the government in power or the opposition party that is fighting, both of them are trying to have some kind of control over the oil. And when a natural resource is involved in the conflict, it becomes almost nearly impossible to resolve a conflict like that, unless there is a political will from the international community. And as we have learned in the case of Iraq, intervention has become an issue of concern. And many countries, the powerful nations like the United States, the UK, we name it, the 5 powers in the Security Council, are nowadays very hesitant to do anything at the Security Council. And it looked like unilateral action seemed to be the only option to pressure some of the leaders. We have seen with what is going on in Syria, with Russia now fighting ISIS. Perhaps, as I stated before, South Sudan is a product of Western peacemaking, especially being pushed by the United States. But the United States has been overstretched with the war in Iraq, with the war in Afghanistan. So my hope is that the current leaders in South Sudan will be able to have compassion to their own people. Because so many people have been killed in this war actually. The level of atrocities that have been committed, I have never seen when the war was being fought between the North and the South. And that just is outrageous. And that's why I was telling you this required local peace builders, like the work of Rotary International, to get the word out there, the suffering that many people are going. And I think that's the only way to bring the leaders to the negotiation team, so they can try to work the process of bringing peace to South Sudanese, because this is a country that has been suffering since 1955. We have never witnessed peace in our country.
Okay, so at this point, we would like to take a moment to recognize the incoming class of Peace Fellows for the Peace Fellow class of, I'm trying to do the Roman numerals in my head, class 14 incoming, and we'll have Kim Roberts-Shaw come to the stage to introduce us to them.
Welcome again. It gives me a great amount of pleasure to welcome these young people onto stage. This is a group of people that, well, I like to consider them as my friends. I'm not entirely sure what they think of me, but I like to think about them as my friends. But they're not just friends of mine, they're friends of Rotary as a whole. So, if you're ready, guys, please welcome the Class 14 of the Rotary World Peace Fellows.
Hello, my name is Shoal Chapel, and I'm sponsored by Rotary District 5550 out of Winnipeg, Canada. I'm driven by a need to better understand how we as ordinary citizens can affect change through our participation and actions in civil society. I have come to England via Afghanistan, where I work to support local civil society organizations, and before that I was the Executive Director of the Manitoba Association for Rights and Liberties. These opportunities have furthered my understanding of many human rights issues and the complications of working to promote pluralism. I am always taken back and grounded by the feedback I hear most, which is thank you for treating me like a person. Sorry. The Bradford Peace Studies MA program will provide me with an opportunity to examine these issues in depth through my coursework and those, working with me, to provide me with the skills to better give back with. I would like to thank Rotary International for developing this fellowship, Dick and Judy Hazelhurst for helping with my transition to moving to Bradford, and David and Liz Kerr for providing the funding for my fellowship. You've all truly demonstrated your dedication to promoting peace through education and providing me with an opportunity of a lifetime. Thank you.
Distinguished Rotarians, the outgoing class 13, and friends who've joined us for this fabulous conference, good morning. I'm happy to be here. I come from Kenya. My name is Zakaria Chiliswa. How I ended up being a Rotary Fellow, this journey started about 5 years ago when I was working as in the newsroom, and our country was going through difficult time, political crisis, and after covering the atrocities that were happening in the country for about 4 or 5 months, I started asking myself, so what do I need to do as a person? I moved from the newsroom and joined a social center in Nairobi to work as an editor. But as I was working as an editor, I realized that there is more that we need to do with the community. So I started focusing my skills on how to work for development, particularly in enhancing the dignity of people. For me, it's not about the question of violence. For me, it's about the poverty of dignity that we have within our societies. Every single day, you find the systems that we create pushing people into indignities, pushing young people. We create, for instance, my interest is in youth, and I ask myself, when we have an education system that only cares for 1 or 2% at the top, but the rest are not part of the system, what happens to them? That's when you find extremist groups finding an opportunity to force these young people to join. So for me, as I'm at Bradford, I'll be interested in looking out for programs, innovative programs that are aimed at helping young people to be creative, innovative in the way that they can engage with the world. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Kafaro, and I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the United States. But 8 years ago, I moved to Chicago to study theater. And that's where my peace journey began, when I joined the Rotaract Club, which is the young professionals version of Rotary. See, growing up, volunteering with people from different backgrounds and abilities was a very important part of my life. And through Rotaract, I was able to channel that passion into an international context. I worked with development projects as diverse as helping to provide clean water access to Mayan families in the Guatemalan highlands, to working with post-disaster reconstruction in southern Peru. And via Rotary, my passion for working with people and helping people from different walks of life understand each other grew to a global scale, and that really changed the course of my career. I started out at the US Department of State, working with cultural exchange programs, and from there, I moved to the private sector. Then I moved to Chicago, where I worked with a nonprofit called Green Heart International, and I managed a program that is key to US public diplomacy initiatives. It's meant to promote mutual understanding between people of the US and other countries of the world. There, over 4 years, my team brought more than 2,000 individuals from over 70 countries to the US to learn skills from US businesses and take those connections back to their home countries. So you can imagine this is a role that involved a lot of conflict resolution, it involved policy compliance, but surprisingly a large amount of my time was spent on advocacy, because these cost-effective and I believe critical peace-building programs are always the first on the chopping block when it comes to budget cuts. So when I came to Bradford, I wanted to look at cultural diplomacy. How can we use the arts and dialogue and exchange as a way to mediate conflict? And how can we grow support in the world for these impactful programs that are needed so desperately right now. Intercultural understanding is key in today's world. So I would like to thank Al and Nancy Jubitz, who endowed my fellowship from Portland, Oregon, my sponsor district, District 6450, and the Rotary Club of Chicago, who sponsored me, and all of the Rotarians who have helped get me to where I am today. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarah and I'm from Canada. I actually have a background in healthcare, so a little bit different from, I guess, the other fellows. But before coming to Bradford, I was working in Egypt. I was working with refugees. I initiated educational and skills programs for refugees in Cairo so that they were able to better settle in Egypt and also be able to provide for their families. So basically I put together business classes, English speaking classes, computer classes, anything to help refugees to gain skills to be able to better integrate and settle into their country. So I'm interested in health and peace, and I'm hoping to pursue my studies in connecting peace and health together. I'm also interested in trying to look at how do we, as a country, as a society or communities, how do we integrate refugees into communities and to make sure that they're healthy and to make sure that they are happy. And I want to give a special thanks to the Rotary Club of North Vancouver, as well as the Otto and Fran Walter Foundation for supporting me and for sponsoring my fellowship. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Rotarians and distinguished participants. My name is Christina and I come from Jordan. My MA is in Peace Studies, and my interest in peace has been manifest since I was volunteering for an organization called CISV International, where we worked with kids in cultural exchange programs and peace building activities for kids. And this is I wanted to transfer my voluntary work into a professional level, and this is why I applied for this fellowship. And I would really like to thank Rotary International for this great opportunity, and I would specifically like to thank Mr. and Mrs. Benton for donating to the foundation to cover my costs. And thank you very much.
Hi everybody, my name is Rita Lopedia and I'm from South Sudan. My background is applied and industrial science, but the reason I am in the peace studies is because of my background. I have lived in conflict, grew up in conflict, and survived in the conflict, the long conflict in South Sudan. And that actually gave me the passion to move from my area of expertise of applied and industrial science to look more into areas of peace and security. Because if we want to see change in my country or change in the world, we need to have a peaceful and a secure environment for everybody. I have seen my fellow young South Sudanese, especially girls, who were not able to make it through school. So I see myself privileged to have gone through school and to finish, and I felt it is an obligation to give back to my community. That's when I started an organization called EVE Organization for Women Development. It's about advocacy for peace and ensuring women participate in peace processes, in peace negotiations, and that led me to be part of the South Sudan peace process that has just ended in Addis Ababa. The reason I'm here is to deepen my understanding of areas of peace and security and see and learn from the backgrounds, the academic background, to make me more professional in what I'm doing. So I would like to appreciate Rotary for the efforts the scholarship is doing a lot of change, and as South Sudanese, I appreciate and I hope that it will continue to support and bring others to know more in the areas of peace. So thank you so much for the scholarship, and with time we are sure you will be proud of us to see the change in what you are investing at the moment. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yuko from Japan. I'm so happy to be here as a Peace Fellow. That's a great privilege. Before coming here, I spent almost 4 years in Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. In Kenya, I have been working in a child protection center, and in Ethiopia, I was doing the refugee operation for South Sudanese emergency. Actually, maybe the biggest impact for me was staying in South Sudan during the conflict period, and when I was there, actually conflict erupted. So I witnessed the social change, the big social change, and I also saw the big gap between the peace process going on in government level and also local people's perception. So that's why my interest lies in the grassroots level, how we can engage the peace building in the grassroots level, and how we can connect to the governmental, high-level peace building. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you so much for supporting us. And a special thanks to the David Anderson's family and David Wilkinson family who have received me in a very warm way. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Regina Motiru and I'm from Kenya. The rural parts of Kenya, a place called Kitui near Machakos. I'm sponsored by Machakos Rotary Club, and I'm happy to have met a district here that sponsors, that has partnered with the club. My interests are in gender and peace building, and that has been shaped because of my experiences since I was young. I've experienced girls not going to school, women being battered, women not having a voice at home, women not economically empowered. My mother at some point owned a chicken and she wanted to go and sell it, and my father said, no, you cannot sell. She needs permission from my father to sell her chicken, and it's hers. She doesn't have anything for her. She has to ask for permission from my father, and that really grew something in me to speak out for those who cannot speak. And I started engaging with my father, and that saw me engaging with even the community members, with the elders and such things. And with time I initiated an organization, a community-based organization that works for education for girls and women economic empowerment and women participation in peace-building activities in my region, which is also affected by conflicts. And through all that, I got a job with an organization in Nairobi that was formed after Kenya experienced post-election violence in 2007. So that's where I've been working for close to 4 years now. And I'm very happy to be here, and I appreciate Rotary Club of Machakos and District Iowa of USA for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Just trying to make sure we were still here. My name is Carrie Williams. I'm actually here from District 6980, which is in Orlando, Florida. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be here today, and I just want to make sure to say thank you, because not only do you support the Foundation fellowship programs, scholarships, but your grant projects, the polio initiative, there's so many things that Rotary does that all around the world, and it's truly incredible. For me, I am very appreciative to be honored to be selected as a Peace Fellow, and the cohort of fellows, as well as our Peace Studies students are incredible, diverse, and have a wealth of knowledge and experience. For me, over the past several years, I've had the opportunity to participate in multiple civil, military, and humanitarian response missions. This has included leading programs in health and education in 12 countries. As a part of the U.S. program, some of you might have seen or heard of the hospital ship missions. Throughout this experience, I've seen a lot of coordination challenges and conflict that's occurred between government, civil society, as well as non-governmental organizations. And throughout this experience, one of the things that I realized is that as a practitioner, I lacked theoretical understanding in peace building, which is what brought me here to Bradford today. And I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to study in the Conflict, Security, and Development Master's Program, which I'm looking forward to diving into issues in civil-military relations and human security. So again, I just want to thank you for so much that you're doing to challenge us as practitioners and help us to grow in our understanding and to offer new insight and hope as to how we can apply what we're learning here in Bradford to improve services. And I'm looking forward to really having the opportunity to receive, and I already have, some of this of an outside perspective to be able to critically analyze U.S. operations. Thank you for your time. I hope that everyone enjoys the seminar, and thank you.
Good morning. It's almost noon right now. Just like everyone, good day to you. My name is Zabitullah Amo, and can I promise I will speak slow? And I'm from Kabul, Afghanistan, and my interests are in transitional development projects. Prior to my selection as a Rotary Peace Fellow, I was working as a translator and cultural advisor for American military in my country, in Afghanistan. And one of the things that we did during the time for, I think it was 3.5 years when I was translator, we developed a go-green strategy. And that was involving local people through jirgas and peaceful councils. Instead of just, using the popular counterinsurgency method and just, breaking the doors and just doing your own way, we started this process basically listening to the other side of the story. We sit with tribal elders and local villagers and listen to their concern, what they did want in their country for their kids and for their children. And that actually saved lives on both sides. I can stand here with pride that from 900 soldiers that deployed to Afghanistan in 2009, that was my last unit with the Nevada National Guard, every single soldier was able to come home safe and alive, and the same thing for the villages in that country. Just now imagine if we have done the same thing in other provinces, from the other countries as well. How many lives would have been saved in my country? And that's how my interest was derived for conflict resolution. When I moved to the States in 2010 on a scholarship, personal scholarship, then I studied political science. And I was involved in many humanitarian projects, including the homeless feed, helping the refugees in Reno, and also, very importantly, being an ambassador for my faith and for my country. Because you know how Islam is portrayed, by the media. And that's what I did when I was a student as undergrad at the University of Nevada. And then I was chosen as a Peace Fellow. And now I'm here in Bradford. I'm doing my master's degree in international politics and security studies, and I'm hoping to get the necessary tools to go back to the field and be an ambassador for peace and work on transitional development projects, the military-civil relations, and peace building, and also community development. And know this, that if it was not, it haven't been possible if it was not for the amazing Rotary program, the Rotarians, whether you're sitting over here or it's on the international level. The Rotary have been amazing, not only for my family, for me, but for so many people. And I want to thank Ken and his wife, Polly, for being such an amazing people. I want to thank my host family, Richard, Maggie, I'm sure they're sitting somewhere. They've been fantastic to me. I want to thank my professors. I think it's still early, you know, maybe I'm thanking them next year. And I just cannot express my feelings, how grateful I am for this opportunity. And I can assure you this, that your investment will pay a very high dividend. It's just not helping one person, or maybe 10 people, or 20 people, or 800 Peace Fellows. You're helping so many people, because these people will reach shores in other corners of the world, in conflict areas, and pay forward what you have given to us. And I can assure you of myself for that. I want to be an ambassador for peace. I want to pay forward what you have given me to make this world more peaceful and tolerant. Thank you so much for this great and lifetime opportunity for me. Thanks again.
There's only one word comes to mind, and that's wow. I've shared stages with some amazing and inspiring people in my life, particularly through Rotary, but this has to take the biscuit. I'm absolutely delighted to have been selected to be the host area coordinator. It's hard work. We actually had a period where we were handing over packets of money in envelopes in pubs in Bradford. Due to small difficulties with the banking system in this country, but we'll gloss over that, especially seeing as Chris Green, the local police officer, is sitting at the back. I get it. But quite seriously, welcome to Bradford University and the Peace Fellows programme, but more importantly, welcome to the family of Rotary. Ladies and gentlemen, class 40. We just have a couple of housekeeping issues, but first of all, I'd like you to just watch a little message, please, from one of our partners.
Rotary on the 30th anniversary of the Polio Plus program. Thanks to Rotarians' vision in 1985 of the polio-free world and your unwavering commitment and determination, we've made incredible progress. The world has never been in a better position to eradicate polio. 2 of the 3 strains of wild polio are now likely eliminated. India was certified polio-free. And Nigeria and the whole continent of Africa are closer than ever before to becoming polio-free. This progress is due to a tremendous global effort of partners, country governments, and Rotarians around the world. The Gates Foundation is committed to the goal of polio eradication, and we are proud of our amazing partnership with Rotary. As we near the finish line, the work is harder than ever, and Rotary's support is more important than ever. You are vital advocates for polio eradication. Thank you for 3 decades of support for fighting polio, and for your ongoing commitment to ensure that no child ever again suffers from this crippling disease. Polio eradication will be a gift for generations to come.
Well, yes, you do. Thank you, Bill Gates. As a dedicated Apple user, I'm very pleased to say that Microsoft is once again behind the game because, of course, Africa has been declared polio-free, courtesy of you guys. If I can just do a couple of adverts, please. One of the things that Foundation needs is money, and it has to fall to somebody at some point in one of these things to say, give me your money. I don't necessarily want a lot. I know many of you will already be great supporters of Foundation, but what I'd like you to do is go back to your clubs, please, and speak to every other Rotarian there, and encourage them to sign up to the Sustaining Member Programme. £5 a month. That's all it takes, £5 a month. What's that? A few copies of the Telegraph, a few copies of the Daily Mail, a couple of beers, whatever. It's not a lot. But if you give £5 a month and gift aid it, that equates to $100 throughout the year. And if every Rotarian does it, that's $120 million throughout the year. And we can continue to fund programmes such as this. Talking of funding programmes such as this, would Keith Millman, my good friend Keith, whereabouts are you? Hello, Keith.
Yes.
Yeah, he lost his wallet. It's okay, Caroline hasn't got the credit cards out there.
Thank you.
But I've got the cash. You've got about 15 seconds to beat me to get into the Rotary Foundation to donate it. So yeah, I'll return it to you very shortly. Keith and I were district governors together. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen his wallet. In fact, Queen Victoria blinked when we opened it up to see whose it was. Can I do another advert, please? Those of you from District 1040, we have just gone through the selection procedures for the next cohort, which will be Class 15 starting in year 16. I don't know where you are, Tyler, but can we redo the numbers, please, from our eye? So we'll be looking for home hosts, host families. We'll be writing out very shortly to people in the new year, so please, if you'd like to be involved in the programme, come forward, we'll let you know. For those of you that are not from 1040, I'm sorry, that's how it goes. But you've heard what the fellows this morning, and you'll no doubt hear again this afternoon, what they have to say about how much they value the remote hosting. So please, go back and spread the word about how valuable your input is. So, you can tell that there's something gone wrong, can't you? Because you've got a past district governor standing here speaking with no notes and no clue what he's talking about. Before we move off, there is a small hiatus in the kitchen. It's the first time that a Rotary function's ever run short on time. Most of them have run over. So we've got about a 10-minute gap before lunch is ready. So when you leave here, when I finally run out of something to say, that was a hint that I'm running out of things to say, which of course will never happen because I'm a past district governor. When you do...
Can I say something about Peace Jam? When you...
Please feel free, come and say it now, I'm running out of things to say.
Okay.
You know perfectly well. Thank you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fiona McCauley. I'm one of the... Right. Okay. I'm a small lecturer from the Peace Studies Department. And it has been my privilege for the last 8 years here in the Peace Studies Department to be part of a project on peace education called Peace Jam. And we do have a stand outside which I invite you to come and visit during lunch. Peace Jam is an extraordinary educational programme. It was started in Denver, Colorado 18 years ago. And we work with 13 Nobel Peace Prize winners. That includes the Dalai Lama, who was the first to come on board, and he invited his fellow laureates. And the whole purpose of Peace Jam is to inspire young people around the world to be peace advocates, change makers, and young people who want to be involved in service organisations. And from the very start here at Bradford in 2006, we had the partnership of local Rotary clubs who supported young people to attend the annual conference. We have an amazing partnership now throughout the country with Rotary in different districts. Caroline Millman, wait Caroline, there. You may or may not have the wallet by now. Is the chair of Peace Jam UK. We're constituted as a not-for-profit organisation, so we are the UK affiliate of Peace Jam, which is international. So it's a plea really, if you work with youth clubs, youth organisations, local schools, please come and talk to us about how we can take this life-changing programme into schools and into youth clubs. We are on the cusp of working with the Welsh Government on the Welsh schools. We're about to work, we hope, with the whole of Leeds Education Council in order to take Peace Jam into the schools there. We have curricular materials on peace and conflict resolution starting at primary school age, middle school, senior school up to the age of 18 and beyond. We even have a curriculum for use in youth detention facilities and an anti-bullying curriculum. And we have an extraordinary event coming up, the 12th and 13th of March at the University of Winchester, where young people who attend will spend 2 entire days with Nobel laureate Rigoberta Menchú from Guatemala. I know, having run many of these events here at the University of Bradford, that they are life-changing. In fact, not just for the young people who attend, often for the teachers and certainly for the student mentors. And at least 2 of the incoming Rotary Fellows accompanied me on Monday of this week at South Leeds Academy, which is a pretty tough school locally. And we spent the entire day working with 60 young people who were absolutely fired up to initiate social change projects to make a difference in their community. And they live in a tough district of Leeds. So please do come and talk to us. Rotary have been a fantastic partner. We also have Alison sitting there as well. Wave your hand, please, Alison, who has taken this into Rotary Action for Peace and also into Wales. So if you have any contacts in youth and schools, please come and talk to us about how we can work together. Thank you.
Right.
Question. You've got Keith Millman's wallet.
Yes.
Can you take a tenner out? He's owed me for last
For those of you that don't know that gentleman, that was Alan Jagger, who is lying on this occasion because he's never lent anybody a tenner in his life. Ladies and gentlemen, just to return ever so slightly to an issue of cost. One of the things about the Peace Seminar is that we do try to keep costs down and keep costs reasonable, both to the university, to RI and to yourselves. And one of the things is the brochures, and the brochures with all the details of the fellows in. In order to get a good price, we have to guesstimate how many people are going to come based on an average of the last 2 or 3 years. Well, you've sort of sold me out of house and home because you've turned up in your droves. I had to have them printed a lot earlier than in order to get a good price. So, please, if you are a couple or there is more than one of you from your Rotary Club, please, would you kindly share or donate one of your brochures to someone who hasn't got one? It just means I have less explaining to do to lots of people. Just hand them over, give them. But I will also be, and Dick Hazelhurst doesn't know this because it's the royal we, it will be going on the website as a PDF in order that you can download it. The other thing is that you'll have noticed that we've got video recording equipment here. Some of the fellows, as has been said earlier, had some issues about copyright and security and one thing or another. We will be editing the video that we have been taking, and we will make that available on request for people to show in clubs. But give us a bit of time because editing is a lot harder than it sounds.
I'll start by handing over to Sadek. So Sadek, we're in your hands.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Great. Great to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I'd like to share a brief introduction to the topic of religious radicalisation generally and specifically here in the UK context. So, trying to give some kind of background to why we're constantly bombarded with these associated images of Islam, violence, radicalisation, extremism, words we're hearing all the time, day in, day out, with very little kind of explanation for what's really going on. And obviously, I think a lot of people are understandably concerned and anxious about what is happening in the world today. Violence, wars and conflict in faraway lands are not just over there now, they have come unfortunately to our shores, and what obviously worries people is the fact that the fellow citizens may have sympathy, or worse still, involved in perpetrating these acts. So I want to try to help you to understand a little bit about what's going on. What I'll do first is, I mean, 10 minutes isn't a long time to cover this, so I want to give you a little bit of background about the emergence of these ideas, some of the justifications used by these violent ideological movements, and then try to explain what the appeal is for British Muslims. One thing I want to stress, and I think I'm glad Claudia actually mentioned, is the idea of how religion is used and instrumentalized by different groups and movements. And that's really important, because often we are left with this image that it is about religion, and religion causes war. Cliché is a very persistent one. And what I want to stress is that these movements, organizations, terrorist groups from Muslim backgrounds have very specific political contexts, and they vary from those that are, and despite their claims, that they are emerging out of civil wars, they're emerging out of resistance movements to foreign occupations, as well as separatist movements. And those are some of the three main kind of types of groups that have, in recent years, claimed affiliation to al-Qaeda or the recent ISIS project. So that's really important. Religion is being used. Even though they talk about theology, they use the symbols of Islam and make references to scripture. These movements have a very important and very specific political context. In brief, I'm trying to cover 40 to 50 years of history here. I mean, these movements that we're seeing today have their origins in ideologies that were developed in the Middle East largely, specifically places like Egypt, during the 1960s and 70s amongst members of dissident movements and religious revival and reformist movements that responded to state persecution, oppression and crackdowns that led individual members to become radicalized, if you like, in terms of their thinking. And certain individuals became very influential ideologues who wrote texts which were then built upon and developed by other individuals. And that started to cohere into a body of work which was the framework, if you like, for jihad thinking. And that thinking is relational to what was going on in the Muslim world during that time and what has happened in subsequent decades during the 1970s, 80s, 1990s, up to today. And there are recurring themes. One can understand these movements largely as being anti-colonial or post-colonial resistance movements originally, because the founding ideas were actually seeded during the 1920s, 30s and 1940s. But with the invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviets in 1979, this ideological thinking and the intellectual landscape to the next level, which was constantly referring to the fact that the Muslim world was struggling to shake off the colonial experience, even though it had formal independence from previous European powers. Muslim countries and Muslim governments themselves were still in very much subservient relationships between themselves and the West, and rely upon that. And specifically, the Gulf region has been supported and continues to be supported by Western governments who obviously see them as trading partners, but also have their strategic interest in that part of the world. And that obviously has had an enduring negative effect in many regards. And so these movements haven't gone away because the geostrategic realities have remained largely intact. So the jihadists will talk about wanting to not only get rid of the near enemy in that they are governments that are repressive, such as in Egypt and various Middle Eastern governments. But also, they will have a grievance against American specifically and British interference in that part of the world. And as we obviously everybody knows what happened after 9/11. And 9/11 itself is that next turning point in the development of jihadi thinking, but also outreach as well. So these ideas generally have been described as jihadi Salafism or jihadism, and again, what does that really mean? What do they want, and what is this jihad? This jihad can be justified by reference to some of the kind of common recurring themes and objectives. So this idea of jihad, struggling, jihad doesn't mean holy war, by the way. It means struggle, and that can take both military form as well as an internal spiritual struggle. But obviously, I think we tend to think of the combative aspect of it. But jihadists have a worldview, and they essentially see the world as being black and white, a place of perpetual conflict between Muslims and non-Muslims. These people very rigid understanding of their own religion, to the extent that they will delegitimize the faith of fellow Muslims who disagree with them, and that's called takfir. They have no qualms about civilian targeting people who are non-combatants, and that's what we saw with this emergence, this increasing frequency of suicide bombings, the fact that buildings are, such as the Twin Towers were taken out. Why? Because it was seen as one of the global symbols of economic power of America, and they wanted to make a symbolic attack against that, and they didn't care that there were civilians in the building. They didn't even care that there were fellow Muslims working in the Twin Towers. It was a target, and this is the if you like, unorthodox or heterodox nature of their understanding of jihad itself, because actually jihad as an idea, as a theological construct, is very similar to Christian just war theory, and that there are parameters, there are limits, there are boundaries that you don't cross, there are rules of engagement. The jihadists don't care. They're just interested in achieving their political objectives, and that means attacking whoever they think is the enemy. And the idea of far enemy, meaning those who are really at the root of the problems Muslims face. So they've singled out America and European states for obvious reasons. I mentioned suicide bombing is a tactic of war. It is the very the most common and popular one that's used, unfortunately. And I've mentioned the killing of the Muslims. Why do they kill the Muslims? Isn't that strange? Well, they don't care, because if Muslims happen to be in the vicinity of a total target and they die and they get killed, well, that's just tough. They're collateral damage. Okay. We just started.
It's the yellow card, not the red card.
But seriously, the idea of killing civilians is again totally alien to the Islamic tradition, and so these people don't care. Muslim, non-Muslim, they don't care. You just happen to be in the way. They have a particular kind of excuse for killing people, civilians, and that you vote for the governments who are oppressing us, therefore you deserve it. You pay taxes, you deserve it. So it's pretty blunt, really. And it overall has resulted in a meta-narrative, basically, this idea of jihadism, this struggle, this idea that we must defeat the enemy. It's quite disturbing, really, and it does resonate when you're on the receiving end of Western intrusion, military occupation, persecution. So you can understand why it draws people. It has a resonance because there is a real reality taking place. Obviously, it's not the answer. It can be terrorist, but you can understand why. The IS movement it builds upon that. IS is actually quite different from al-Qaeda in that it's actually seen as a successful. It's been a success in that sense. It's managed to grab some territory, which it has. It's consolidated its power, and so far it's still there. But they have a particular kind of apocalyptic angle to what they do. They think what they're doing is going to somehow bring forward the end of time scenario, which is, I think, Christians can relate to. And it's pretty scary stuff, really. And it kind of goes, it permeates their literature, the idea of them accelerating that process, that what they're doing will end the humiliation of Muslims, that they must then go out and continue to disgrace the enemy and so on. It is quite twisted, but again, it has a certain logic. What I want to do now is just to wrap up by saying, well, all of that is going on, in Afghanistan, it's taking place in Iraq and Syria. Why should that appeal to Muslims, British Muslims who are born and raised here? They're born and bred to be British. Why would they? Okay, well, because there are, one way analysts to describe it is a push and pull factor. So we have, unfortunately, a lot of recent history in politics, which has been pushing people slowly over the last 2 decades. Starting off really with the first Afghan war in the early 80s, but they made a series of events throughout the 1990s, which became mobilizing events. They became critical, emotional crises, which again appealed to the sense of it's a religious sense of solidarity, or ummah as it's called in Arabic. People identify with fellow Muslims on the basis of their faith. So there is a genuine sense of wanting to help others. So that manifested in people going to places like Bosnia, Kashmir, Chechnya, Kosovo to help those Muslims out. And that was the initial reason why people went to Syria 3 years ago. And some of these people came back here and thought, you know what? Okay, I'm on the way back. I'm going.
It's a second jihad.
Okay, so basically, I think we get another red card in there. People are angry. Yeah, it's one way of channeling their anger, this idea of, you know what, I'm going to get revenge on people. And the British government is responsible for what's going on in Afghanistan, partly along with the Americans, yeah? So that was one of the main reasons for 7/7. We had a whole bunch of other factors as well, which we haven't got time to talk about, but it's around alienation, social marginalisation, disadvantage, racism, Islamophobia, all that stuff is a very explosive mix, really, and it's genuine and as well. It's not just imagination and overreaction. There are real things going on, and if you're not a Muslim or you don't work in Muslim communities or are informed of these things, there is a real sense of anger and frustration in communities, and that's a serious aspect, and that's a serious challenge for those of us who are trying to stop this radicalisation process. Because that's what everybody wants to know. How do we stop this thing? Yeah, how do we stop people becoming terrorists and blowing themselves up? And there are no easy answers, but maybe we can get a little bit into that in the question Q&A. And so the pull factors are there as well. If anybody's interested, you can come and speak to me. I can maybe send you the slides. Well, thank you for your attention, and
I was told to just go ahead, so I will. Many thanks for the Rotary International, many thanks to Claudia especially for bringing me here, because I assumed that I had to travel the highest number of miles, because I actually flew in from Warsaw, so very good afternoon to you everyone, it's a pleasure being here. And I'll try and stick to the 10-minute deadline. I promise. So the title of the panel is about extremism and is about radicalisation, and I'm really afraid that I do not have good news. We've heard a lot about the grand, let's say, motivations of why people actually become terrorists or engage in violent acts. I'd like to speak about slightly different motivations for being involved in violence, motivations from a group of people that I've been researching for the last year or so. You might not have heard of them. They are actually foreign fighters. You might have heard of foreign fighters. Usually you probably assume them would go into Syria or Iraq to fight in the ranks of the Islamic State. For the last year I've been looking at foreign fighters who actually bothered to go to a rather unknown war somewhere in Eastern Europe, the Ukraine war. So you do have foreigners who go there, who fight them on both sides. And last year, in the August of 2014, I saw 4 Frenchmen on Russia Today. I strongly suggest you watch Russia Today. And actually I fell off my chair, really. We nicknamed them the Fantastic Four. And they were talking into the camera why they actually bothered to travel from France to eastern Ukraine, which from their point of view was a rebel-held territory of the Donetsk People's Republic, and what made them fight there. And that's why I'm saying we do not have good news. I wouldn't have good news, because the motivations of these people actually escape the terminology or the, let's say, the division that Sadek actually just talked about. And I'm not saying he's wrong and right. What I'm actually saying is that sometimes the motivations are very, very shallow, and countering them, preventing them, and actually turning these people away from going to fight in a conflict might simply be impossible, whatever we do. So basically, I come from a part of Europe in which you fight for big things. You fight for independence, or you fight for a sort, whole set of isms. Nationalism, socialism, communism, whatever. These guys that I've been looking at for the last year, that's not what they do. That's a totally different ballgame, and I'll spend the remaining, 5 to 6 minutes on actually telling you why they do it. So essentially, I've been looking at them for the last year, and I was, one thing that did strike me was the fact that, despite the fact that they shoot at one another from different sides of the trenches in eastern Ukraine, quite a few of them profess similar motivations. They come from a very similar scene or milieu of far-right. They do profess really similar views, they do profess really similar viewpoints on quite a few things, yet they're ready to shoot one another. They basically, I know it's a controversial thing to speak about the European Union and the United Kingdom, but they do hate the European Union. They all hate European Union, they hate European values. They think that European Union is basically run by a bunch of feminists and gay people, and they hate it. They hate it, that's why they go somewhere else, and they want to express their hatred out there. They all hate the United States, even the ones who fight on the Ukrainian side. So don't be actually taken for a ride that the Ukrainian side is basically some kind of a NATO Zionist conspiracy. No, they hate NATO, they hate the US, they hate Israel, they hate feminists, they hate gay people, they hate multiculturalism, yet they still shoot at one another. So I was thinking, this is it, I've got it sorted. These are basically people coming from the far right, or let's say very conservative right milieu, and there are all sorts of motivations. And then one of them actually told me, because as I was talking to them, that they are involved in a postmodern war. And I tried to inquire what this postmodern war really was. And he told me that postmodern war is a war in which you do not care about ideology, but you care about symbols, totems. You fight for graphics, you fight for badges, you fight for your friends, you fight for your understanding of these graphics, not in the name of a grandiose ideology. And I was expecting them to have some kind of a grandiose ideology, and all I heard was that they hate the European project. I mean, it didn't really make much sense from my point of view, but then I eventually came up, and I will be slowly wrapping it up, with like 5 motivations that actually push these guys to go there. And there isn't that many of them. There's a few hundred of them actually that used to fight in Ukraine. The conflict's allegedly almost over. But basically I found 5 items, found 5 motivations. 1, and you can never ever underestimate it, they go there for fun. They go there for the adrenaline. That's 1. They go there to actually experience shooting at people and being shot at, so that's motivation number 1. And quite a few of these guys were telling me that. Second one, they want a CV boost. They really want to say that, look, I fought in a war, despite the fact that I have not, some of them didn't go for the military, but I want to have some kind of a military thing on my CV, and if I want to be a contractor in the future in some exotic war, this will look great on my CV. So that was motivation number 2 that I had. Motivation number 3, Sadek had this slide about push and pull factors. It's not the pull, no, it's basically what made them go is what they hated at home. It's not that they found something out there in eastern Ukraine that they really felt, attracted to. No, they didn't like the situation at home, and they kind of pushed themselves in a way to actually go there. And quite a few of them were telling me that politics is not everything. They're not political people. They don't care about politics. They're out there to do fun, to boost their CVs. They're out there because they hated their homelands. So do not talk to me about politics, do not talk to me about Ukraine, Russia, do not talk to me about this and that. I'm there for a totally different reason, which I found pretty surprising, if not shocking. Because again, coming back to the beginning of my presentation, I would expect them to have a fully fledged motivation of big set of isms. Why would you go and be ready to kill people? And probably the last thing, which was also pretty prominent out there, was the parody factor. Parody factor is, why did you join the Ukrainian volunteer battalions? Oh, I initially wanted to join the guys on the other side, but to join them you gotta go through Russia, and to go through Russia you need a visa. And to Ukraine, you do not need a visa, so I ended up fighting for the Ukraine volunteer battalions. And they would say it straight to your face. And of course my face would be like, oh, really? That's very interesting. So you would have these parodies, they would be reappearing and recurring, whereas I would be looking for some grandiose explanations of all this. And just to wrap it up, I would say we might be in for a problem. We might have a problem. We might be in, for a really tough time now, because if we have postmodern wars in which people fight, get involved in, for totally obscure reasons that we cannot comprehend, reasons we cannot, really relate to, we might have a huge problem stopping them from going there. There is a milieu of people on this continent, and regardless of whether the UK stays in the EU or doesn't, there is a milieu of people that who basically think that what they're living in is absolute crap, and that they can't really change it because the system is geared against them, so they will go somewhere else to express their anger. But what if one day they come back and start doing things here? And we are very worried about the guys who go and join ISIS, and there's far more, there's many of them, there's thousands of them in Europe, like 5,000 of Europeans actually went there. I'm talking about low hundreds who went to Ukraine. They're probably not going to stage terrorist attacks in Europe, but what if, at some future war, in the future, some guys will go to express their anger, their hatred, to express their, to boost their CVs, and come back, and some of them will say, okay, I've had enough, I will do something about it. And what do we do then? What's our response? I'm happy to actually share this with you here, because I think organizations like yours and the work you guys do might help answer some of these questions or actually preempt some of this, because I'm dumbfounded really when I look at this. I think it's problematic, I think it's underappreciated, there are people like that, and then we wake up like in 2011 in July in Norway, woke up, that a guy who was a loser, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Anders Breivik was a loser, yet in one day, in 2 separate terrorist attacks, he was able to murder more than 70 people. Imagine dozens of such guys coming back with military training, with the experience, sometimes with the guns, with the explosives, etc., hell-bent on actually rejecting the reality they meet up at home. It is pretty scary, I admit, but I think now is the time to actually start thinking of it, not in a few years' time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to share with you some thoughts. I think it's important to understand that the terrorist attacks in Europe, especially in the south of Europe, are not only terrorist attacks, they are also terrorist attacks in the south. from a Muslim perspective on Islamic terrorism. Although definitely not all the Muslims are terrorists, it is evident that most of the world's contemporary terrorists are Muslims. ISIS or ISIL, al-Qaeda, Taliban, Boko Haram, al-Shabaab, Islamic Jihad, Jama'ah Islami, and many others. These organizations, terrorist organizations, have exhibited unprecedented brutality and barbarism. They disregarded human life, including their own lives. They beheaded, captured prisoners and civilians alike. They did not spare even journalists and humanitarian workers. They killed children. They abducted schoolgirls, raped women, and forced them into marriage. They killed other Muslims, such as the Shia, even during prayer time and inside their mosques. They cleansed religious minorities or forced them to pay the jizya, a humiliating poll tax. They destroyed ancient treasures of human heritage and civilization. They even set the clock back and brought slavery from the bleakest chapters of human history into the 21st century. As a Muslim, I would like to have an inside look and to turn to my religion, community, and culture to see where this comes from and to look for solutions to Islamic terrorism. The inward look puts all Muslims who denounce terrorism face to face with the issue of Islamic reform. ISIS or ISIL, which is the newest version of Islamic terrorism, has not come out of the blue, nor does it represent a deviation from the classical Islamic culture that stopped developing since the 3rd century of Islam. It is rather the legitimate child of the cultural stagnation in the Islamic world. ISIL sprang out of the classical books. It is based on the Wahhabi school of thought. This Wahhabi school of thought was promoted by Saudi Arabia Kingdom. A study published by the Center of Religious Freedom of Freedom House shows that the Saudi government spent $87 billion in the last 2 decades only to promote Wahhabism or Wahhabi Salafism across the world, an amount enough to eradicate hunger and illness from the whole region. The madrasas established by the Arabian Kingdom in Pakistan and Afghanistan, where the Wahhabi school of thought is taught to children, gave the word Taliban. For some reason, most of the attackers of 11 September are Saudis, and the godfather of al-Qaeda is a Saudi national. And those who carried attacks on Shia mosques inside the kingdom are all Saudis who are educated on Wahhabism since their childhood. It is simply chicken came back to roost. There is a common denominator that between all these terrorist organizations, that is, they share the same ideological origins. It is either Wahhabi Salafism or the ideology of the Muslim Brothers, the Muslim Brotherhood, as established by Hassan al-Banna since 1928 and developed by Sayyid Qutb in the 1960s. Another common factor is their financial backers, the Gulf, governments and rich individuals, especially Saudi Arabia and Qatar, respectively. There is a Cold War between Saudi Arabia and Qatar on regional influence and domination. This war also has an ideological dimension between Wahhabism, which is promoted by Saudi Arabia, and Muslim Brotherhood, which is promoted by Qatar. I just want to reflect on the responses to ISIL in the Muslim world. People, Muslims and non-Muslims alike, are baffled by the weak response to ISIL terrorism in the Muslim world. Young men and women were and are still flocking to join ISIL from all over the Muslim world and Europe and the Americas and other countries. We heard statements of condemnation coming from various Islamic bodies around the world. These statements are very general, and some of them are confused and confusing. They look like government's diplomatic statements. They simply make a disconnection between ISIL's terrorism and Islam. They follow certain formulas such as the Islamic State has nothing to do with Islam, a danger to Islam, they are damaging to Islam, or un-Islamic and morally repugnant, or violence has no place in religion. These statements are not based on religious arguments or reasoning to counter ISIL's arguments and references. They also never condemn Wahhabism or terrorism, which is the basis of ISIL's act. None of them called for reviewing the classical religious literature, and none of them called for reform of Islamic thought. None of them called for the Muslims to demonstrate against ISIL in order to defend their religion, like they did during the Salman Rushdie book affair, and the cartoons on the Prophet. Not a single demonstration took place in the whole Islamic world against ISIL, probably apart from Jordan. An example of how Muslim scholars are confused towards ISIL is a statement by the International Union of Muslim Scholars, a Qatari-sponsored body headed by Sheikh al-Qaradawi, an Egyptian Muslim brother who fled his country in the 60s and took refuge in Qatar. The statement goes as follows, and I quote, "When ISIL came into being, we welcomed it, and we were so happy that such a force was fighting against injustice and arrogance in Syria and Iraq. But then they quickly separated themselves from the rest of the jihadi groups and declared an Islamic caliphate, appointed a caliph, and demanded that all Muslims give him allegiance, bay'ah. The declaration of the caliphate took place without meeting the legitimate conditions or criteria for that, and therefore causing much harm and little good. We all dream of the Islamic caliphate, and we hope from the depth of our hearts that it is established today rather than tomorrow. But Islam taught us, and so the school of life, that the grand projects such as the establishment of the caliphate require deep thinking and heavy preparations. There is no right or legitimacy for any one faction to declare the caliphate or the caliphate, especially if this group is known to be extreme." End of quote. So, there is no big difference actually between the Union of Islamic Scholars and ISIL. They share the same dream, the establishment of the caliphate. But they differ on how to realize this dream. The Union of Scholars is more naive than ISIL and not realistic, despite their claim that they learned from Islam and from the school of life, for they want to set the objectives while ISIL do the fighting. Of course, those who fight on the ground are the ones who set their objectives and cannot wait for the Union of Scholars to decide the timing of the declaration of the caliphate. Also, the Union's statement never cited any authority or reference to support their argument that no one group can declare a caliphate. Indeed, the traditional literature one person, albeit of a group, is, if he prevails over his competitors, he is legitimate. So the union's statement is so weak and confused that it reduces the whole issue to a matter of discussion. Okay. The only response, which is, I think, adequate, came from the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. And I'm going to read only the quote from Abdel Fattah al-Sisi and leave you with a thought about it, but the rest I can answer in the Q&A. Abdel Fattah, the Egyptian president said, quote, "Is it possible that 1.6 billion Muslims should want to kill the rest of the world's inhabitants, that is 7 billion, so that they themselves may live? Impossible. We are in need of a religious revolution. You, the imams," and he's addressing the Azhar scholars, "are responsible before Allah. The entire world is waiting on your next move. True reform requires scholars of Islam, not strong politicians. Islam is in need of innovators who can cope with the reality of the 21st century and repudiate its misrepresentation carried out by jihadi Islam." And I think the core message is that Islam really needs reform. Thank you very much.
I welcome this opportunity to be able to talk about some very difficult things. And I thank the Rotarians for this invitation. I recognize that my presence here is a challenge. I certainly find it challenging. Challenging to the audience, many among whom I believe must have their own memories of the conflict between the IRA and the British state, and have strong views about how that conflict was conducted by the IRA. That isn't actually what I want to talk about. I want to focus the little time I have to talk about what I've been doing since I got out of jail under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement 16 years ago. The other challenge is the fact, and as a consequence of me being here, that I'm in the presence of somebody I've hurt. Joe Barry is sitting there, and I killed her father in the course of that conflict. So that's another challenge. I say that because I've been coming over here 15 years sharing platforms with Joe and with other victims. And you might think I would have attained some means of dealing with that in a better way, an easier way. It remains very challenging, and yet we continue to meet. I want to go back to that first meeting, even before I mention that, to put it in the context of my release from prison and the challenge that I faced then. What do I do in this new political dispensation of peace? What contribution could I make as an Irish Republican to the peace building that we all recognised we needed to get ourselves involved in? When you're sitting in jail, it's obvious, I saw it as obvious that at some point I might be sitting across a table with our former enemies. By that I mean all the contributors to that conflict, all the protagonists. I'd be sitting talking to ex-squaddies, ex-soldiers, ex-police personnel, the whole range of loyalist and Republican organisations we found ourselves in conflict with, saw this as needed, necessary work, part of dealing with the legacy, of which another major part was what do we do about the victims. Because we were involved with violence, victims were created by our actions. So I'm not going into the justifications or the motivations. That's simple fact. Victims were created by our actions, therefore there is this moral imperative to deal with that, to deal with our responsibility for that. And so I came out of jail, I think, geared mentally to that work, and readily, I think, agreed when I heard that somebody wanted to meet me who had been affected by the Brighton bomb, of which I was spent time in prison. At the time I said I readily agreed. I was assured that Jo Barry just wanted to put her father's death in some context. So I thought, I'll go there, I'll try and explain, hopefully with some sensitivity, my motivations. That would be it. It would be a one-off meeting. So I think I would have went there very much with a political hat on my head. I would try again with some sensitivity to explain what led me to join the IRA and what led to Brighton. Answered openly and honestly as I could. Any questions, profit, and that would be it. But in the course of that first meeting, and I should say that it lasted for 3 hours, you can imagine the intensity of that. Myself and Jo in a room on our own, talking. And it was an exchange. She was telling me things about her father, and listening to me very intently. And I'm forming an opinion of this woman. And at some point, some halfway point, I suddenly had this nearly epiphanal moment. It's the only way I can describe it. It's led me to continue this dialogue for 15 years, so it was a big, profound moment. I began to get this deep appreciation of the value of this person. And then she's talking about her father, who I killed, and recognizing that some of the goodness I saw in her came obviously from him. That means this was a good, valuable human being, and I killed him. Doesn't matter about the motivations. In that moment, the enormity of that taking of that life just hit me. And I think my journey since then has been trying to understand it, to go over my motivations and understand them better and try to then explain them. Can't do it in the 10 minutes. But lessons were learned from that. One important lesson is that I, from a very early on in this dialogue, understood that I was operating from, I would call it, a reduced view of those we were in conflict with. Maybe that's necessary to have a reduced view of those we are in conflict with. I didn't really see beyond the uniform of the enemy or of the political allegiances of those we held culpable for what was happening in our country. And when you operate with this ignorance of this other, as a dangerous territory. So the other lesson I got from that too is that you can counter it. There's an antidote to that. It's pretty simple stuff, really, when you think about it. The conflict and the politicking that was going on that led to the conflict was about keeping people divided. It was about putting obstacles to people coming together. Therefore, to get out of that conflict, you remove the obstacles, and you can take that further and apply it, I think, to any situation of conflict, even on terms of personal conflict. You identify obstacles. You might be fortunate enough to see them there, or become very obvious. They could be smaller obstacles. But wherever you find yourself, look where the obstacles are and do your best to remove them. To me, that is the crucial core element of peace building. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honour to be here. And I'm very touched by Pat's words. I think it's the first time he's ever gone first when we speak. I usually speak first. And I do feel very touched and moved by the vulnerability and what he expressed. So, I asked to meet Pat in 2000. And the reason why I wanted that meeting was from 2 days after my dad was killed. I wanted to bring something positive out of losing my dad, and I wanted to understand those who killed him. I didn't want an enemy. I did have an enemy the day that bomb went off, but I didn't want to stay in that situation. And so I began working and understanding why someone would want to use violence. I went to West Belfast in 85 and 86. I met many people who shared their stories. And I saw I had a choice to either blame someone, make someone the enemy, make someone responsible for my pain, which was going to actually take away some of my humanity, or take responsibility for my emotions and find a way to heal and transform them. It's been a very long journey, but certainly November 2000 was a massive step for me when I heard in the morning that Pat was going to meet me that evening. And the first thought when I got the news was, not today. I'm not in the mood. I'm just thinking about mundane things. And I thought, how would I know it felt right? You know, I'm going to take this risk. I'm going to go for this. And so there I am, waiting for him to come, and I'm scared, and there's all sorts of emotions and thoughts going on in my head. But I welcomed the opportunity, and in he walked. And straight away I shook his hand and thanked him for coming. And we had this amazing conversation for 3 hours. In the first hour and a half, Pat did share with me his political reasons for joining the IRA. And I shared a lot about what had happened to me and some of my journey. And I remember thinking, I've got what I want. I can see the human face behind the label. I can see his humanity, his sensitivity, his depth. But I won't come back for a second visit because he is justifying killing my father. It's a good strategy, the Brighton bombing. For me, I'm still feeling that pain. And just when I thought that, then something changed and Pat stopped talking and said, I don't know who I am anymore. I want to hear your anger or your rage. And what can I do to help you? And in that moment, I knew he'd taken off his political hat and opened up. And we began a journey together. And the rest of the conversation is very different. And I remember leaving that, and after another hour and a half, because I couldn't sustain it anymore, and I thanked Pat for coming. And he said, I'm really sorry I killed your dad. And we carried on. It wasn't finished. We needed to talk more, explore more. And I learned so much. I didn't meet him to change him. I went to change myself. and the change certainly happened. And one of the first times we spoke publicly, we were given like 3 minutes each. And Pat said in public, I now know I could sit down and have a cup of tea with Joe's dad. Such a simple thing, and yet it didn't happen. It couldn't happen. The Conservative government weren't into having cups of tea with the IRA. But yet, I imagine the two of them sitting together, and that's very healing. And I feel it's a shared responsibility that the IRA used violence. There are ways that we could all have changed it so that those cups of tea were happening. And also, I've listened to Pat's story at times when I reach a point in me where I don't know if I'd lived his life, would I have made the same choices? I don't know. And in that moment, there was just that empathy and understanding. It's not even about forgiveness. I've had that experience with other people from different sides of the conflict in Northern Ireland. And it's been extended now. I've had that empathy for people who've been perpetrators, for want of a better word, with conflicts in different parts of the world. With many people, and my sense is now actually there is no other. When I truly listen to anyone's story, they cease to be the other, and I begin to understand and wonder how I would have been in their own journey. That actually we're all capable of hurting other people, and we will do, and it's only by all of us taking steps to be positive change makers I think the world's going to change. We've now spoken together and been in countries around the world over 150 times. Next place is going to be Mexico in a few days. And what I'm feeling is just gratitude to Pat for his engagement with me, because it was certainly easier when he saw my dad as a legitimate target. It's much harder knowing that he killed a wonderful human being, and him opening up and sharing, I'm really grateful for. And I'm also grateful for the opportunities I have to speak, and now I use my story and what I've learned to connect with people and to create a safe place for a new conversation to start. Because I believe we need safe places for young people who are being demonised right now. We need safe places for difficult issues to be talked about without being scared of being arrested or even being told that you're wrong to have them. And those safe places are something which I think are healing, is crucial for the healing and for peace. I'm working in schools with young people, and the first thing I always say is everyone has their story, everyone has their humanity, and let's connect together and share. And I really believe now is the time for humanity to heal together. My focus used to be just on Northern Ireland, but now it's on the world. And it's a shared responsibility of what's going on in terrible conflicts, the refugees. It's all our responsibility, because all our humanity is taken away if we don't care. Sometimes I think it's just enough to say, I care. Can I listen to your story? And that is a gift we can all give. I don't want to take any more of your time, any time for questions, so I just want to end by saying, the journey carries on. I won't have closure, because my heart has been touched by the pain of war and conflict and terrorism and people who are oppressed and conflict everywhere. And so I will carry on working and developing this until we have real peace. And real peace is where everyone has their needs met, where they're safe, where they can be themselves. I think that's a long time coming. But I really do believe this is a time where humanity is healing together for peace. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all our inspired speakers. We've only got a few minutes now. Now, what I'm going to do is first ask a question of one of the panelists, sort of presume on you. If there's a question maybe from the floor, I will pass that, I will sort of communicate that. But I want to start, there's an interesting dialogue, implicit dialogue going on between our two Muslim speakers. And I was going to put a question Albaqir came out with, reform, to Sadek. To what extent, Sadek, is part of the answer in terms of some of the issues. But I want to move the last few minutes towards, where we go from here, the sort of positives to build on what Pat and Joe has just said. To what extent do you think this category of the need for reform is part of the answer to extremism?
Can you hear me? Okay. I do agree that there are some serious questions around how Muslims today understand their tradition and reinterpret it in the light of how the world has changed since Muslims were in a different situation as dominant powers, as a conflict civilization, or arguably up until at least 300-400 years ago. And so I think there are questions really about how Muslims then understand the world today and how they relate their religion and their values to a very changed world. And I think that's not always reflected in amongst religious leadership and elites. And I think the Muslims need to have a dialogue, and it is happening, as we've talked about, especially the younger generations that are coming up now. We were talking earlier about the idea of critical reform and critical conversations amongst Muslims themselves in addressing very difficult issues. And obviously, religiously inspired terrorism is a problem, but it's not the only problem. It's one of many, many difficult issues Muslims need to talk about today. And I think reform and change begins in reflection and thought.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the message is, Muslims to engage in reform is a long, overdue matter, and it's also connected to, opening up Muslim communities, injecting, democracies and freedom of thought and freedom of expression, and to have a real dialogue and also freedom of research and teaching comparison studies in the Muslim world. This is almost absent. And the tradition that Sadek mentioned is really governed and protected by very strong institutions, very conservative institutions, connected to power with governments that started, to practice, to fight any reformists. I mean, reformists in the Muslim world are either persecuted or even tried and killed or assassinated, like what happened to many reformers in Egypt, or considered heretical by this institution, the institution of al-Azhar, for instance, the institution of the Muslim League in Saudi Arabia. They declare any free thinker who starts to think freely about Islam and how to reform as a heretic. And many reformists they fled the Muslim world and now live in Europe or America because of their thinking. So the environment is not conducive to that, and I think it is part of the whole political and social setting. It's not only, reform doesn't take place in a vacuum. It needs an enabling environment and democracy. So it's a long thing.
Can you hear me?
So thank you so much to our panel for such thought-provoking interventions and sharing so much with us. So there's a question for Pat. Our guest says, it takes incredible humility to be willing to talk, to take the first step to meet with a victim of one's own violent action. Not everyone is capable of this on their own. Is there anything or an experience you had in prison that led, that encouraged you, your willingness and ability to take that step?
Thank you. Not specifically. I think we all came out of jail with some idea of wanting to make a contribution, as I said, to this new world of building the peace. But without a roadmap how to go about it. In fact, meeting Joe, we probably did everything that anybody who knew anything about how to facilitate such encounters. We broke all the rules. We were left alone to talk for a start when these things should be kind of really supported, you know, before and after and during. But somehow we came through and have continued the dialogue. But so no, nothing specific in the prison.
Thank you very much, Pat. Do we have time for another question? 1 minute? One question? Okay. Somebody asks, how do you educate the leaders to understand the importance of caring and compassion?
I don't think it's the chicken and egg thing. It's about picking your leaders, and they have to come from us and our communities. And sometimes, whatever the system is, it's not very good at throwing up people with those attributes quite honestly.
I think empowering our young people, like the ones we have here, and people I meet all around the country, to go into the road of politics and to be positive change makers, and to see that being a politician is a way of being a positive change maker. And we do have, I'm very heartened that we have Jeremy Corbyn. The first thing he did after he was elected was joined us for a demonstration for support of refugees coming here. That was the first thing that he did, and his speech was very passionate. He talked about the heart, he talked about compassion, and that to me is a sign that perhaps we are changing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming here, for joining us, for your absolutely incredible contributions. I think we've all been touched by you, and I'm sorry that there's not more time for questions. I really encourage you to connect with our speakers after the event or later on in the day. And I'd just like to honor our speakers with some small gifts, some of the small tokens, and then we'll continue with the program. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce the next group of fellows, Amelia Charles, Lucas Peña, and Ross Wood. These research... Their research interests this year have revolved around issues related to natural and human resources, and we're going to hear more about their research in a second. Please welcome Amelia, Lucas, and Ross. Good afternoon. Before joining the Peace Fellowship cohort here at the University of Bradford, I worked in Sudan and Uganda for almost 6 years, having spent months in West Africa learning traditional dance, and then hitchhiking a truck driver over the border of Ethiopia and into Sudan. I first went to Sudan as a volunteer English teacher with a low overhead charity organization called the Sudan Volunteer Program. I was placed at Omdurman Islamia University for Women, a public Islamic university in the old part of the city. As volunteers, we were there to run English language conversation clubs.
Technically, we weren't supposed to teach courses that were for credit towards a student's degree, but in typical fashion, they assigned me to teach a literature, poetry, and drama lecture within the College of Education. At first, I was appalled at the low level of English language. Most of the girls couldn't carry on a basic conversation with me, let alone analyze Bertolt Brecht. Admittedly, I was sometimes impatient. I demanded a lot from these girls who expected me to fill them with knowledge so that they could become English teachers. When I asked for essays, they gave me notes copied from Wikipedia, complete with color-coded Wikipedia footnotes. If I called on a student in class, more often than not, she would pull her headscarf in front of her face and giggle. In some ways, I was still their peer, but based on my own education, I pushed them towards critical thinking and analysis. However, I soon understood that this was very foreign to their education, especially in the English language. Sudan has an incredible rich culture and history. Unfortunately, most of what people know about it is related to violence against women, to the ongoing war in the Darfur region, or to the devastating civil war with South Sudan, which led to that country's independence in 2011. In order to engage more with these social and political issues, and immediately previous to beginning the Peace Fellowship, it was my privilege to work as the Grants and Programs Manager for a grassroots Sudanese organization based in Khartoum. This organization is called al-Khatim Adlan Center for Enlightenment and Human Development, known as CASE, and I'm honored that Dr. Albaqir Mukhtar has just joined us on the stage as the director of this NGO and joining us for the seminar today. CASE is an exceptional organization founded on the principle that Sudanese citizens have both the constitutional right and the fundamental human freedom to engage in public discourse about issues affecting their lives. These issues include the Sudanese identity. Is it Arab? Is it African? The horrors of the war in Darfur, which some analysts have termed a genocide, and extreme interpretations of Islam that are antithetical to Sudan's more accommodating Sufi roots. So CASE began with building spaces for discussion, including theater performances, public lectures, and independent research. As government restrictions on civil society became more severe, CASE then focused more on protecting human rights defenders. These are activists, journalists, and community members who are targeted for what they do, targeted for being critical of the government maybe, or speaking out against abuses. Known activists are still watched closely, and their work is often censored. And if they overstep their limits, they may be arrested, illegally detained, and sometimes tortured. This photo, for example, is of a peace-building workshop we conducted in Blue Nile State at a center that was later bombed by government forces because it's connected to a political opposition and armed group leader. In December of 2012, CASE was shut down by the Sudanese authorities in an unconstitutional closure by security forces. In response, they filed a series of appeals to contest the closure, and partially through my work in managing our remote office in Uganda, CASE has been able to continue programs in Sudan with discretion. Essential staff members still continue to work for fundamental freedoms in Sudan, maintaining their belief in a more democratic future. The Peace Fellowship was the perfect opportunity for me to take a step back from these experiences and to reflect on how they relate to broader themes in peace and development. I grew up in a farming community, and I'm passionate about land and livelihoods in rural settings. But because of my experiences in Sudan, I am also keenly aware of how conflict affects communities, in particular areas where conflict leads to displacement. Bringing these themes together, most of my study at Bradford has been on how displacement affects rural livelihoods and the implications this has for poverty and inequality. So following this theme, I completed my applied field experience in Tajikistan with IOM, which is the UN agency addressing both forced and voluntary migration. Tajikistan is the most fascinating country that most people have never heard of. It's a country of paradoxes. Small and landlocked and dominated by extremely rugged mountains, it is the source of more than 60% of Central Asia's water. However, within Tajikistan, there is a severe water shortage, including safe water for drinking and adequate amounts for irrigation. But this leads us to another paradox. Agriculture is both the foundation of the economy and employment, despite that farmable land makes up such a small percentage of Tajikistan's territory. Tajik citizens also faced fundamental problems with land and water rights because the state owns these resources and they give priority to the cotton industry. Cotton is the dominant cash crop, and fertile land is allocated not to subsistence farming, but to the cotton monoculture, a practice which also makes the country reliant on international food aid. With such poor living conditions and bleak employment prospects, many Tajiks, mostly men, leave the country in search of work, and this is primarily to Russia. Their remittances make up almost half of GDP, and labor migration has severe impacts on family and social relations. So it's in this context that I went to work with IOM to support rural livelihoods. The project that I've been working on is in a remote region on the border with Afghanistan, nestled among the 4th highest mountain range in the world. Border insecurity, especially with regard to heroin trade and extremist activity, is a significant challenge, and the ruggedness of the area makes it inaccessible for much of the year. Employment opportunities in this region, called the Gorno-Badakhshan Autonomous Oblast, are especially few, so our activities have focused on micro-grants for bakers, for farmers, tailors, as well as workshops to train carpenters in earthquake-proof housing and window insulation. But one of the fundamental difficulties with developing rural livelihoods in Badakhshan is that it's just full of rocks. We have a saying where I come from in New England that all our soil knows how to grow is granite. But in Badakhshan, this is particularly true. And what soil is there has been heavily depleted from decades of poor land stewardship and overgrazing. This picture, for example, is the main access road linking the capital city of Badakhshan, Khorog, to the rest of the country. So this, combined with the frequency of earthquakes, such as the one we saw just last week, makes Badakhshan a perfect storm for natural disasters. Just this past July, unseasonal rain and warm temperatures led to significant glacial melting and severe flooding. Mudslides washed away the only access road to the entire region, as you saw in the previous slide, and forced over 1,000 people to leave their homes. Ultimately, the government of Tajikistan is responsible for disaster relief and recovery, which sometimes includes resettling families who are not able to return to their homes. Government programs aim to offer families fertile land and new homes, provide startup grants, and help to find employment in their new village. So curious about these programs, I wanted to find out to what degree they were capable of following through on their promise to restore rural livelihoods. During August, and with the support of IOM, I coordinated a research team to conduct 210 surveys in the resettlement villages. And this is one of the villages our team visited. So first of all, you can see how drastically different it is from the region where these people are originally from. In this area on the border with Uzbekistan, summer temperatures can reach up to 60 degrees Celsius. And when I asked the Deputy Minister of Labor whether they had any agricultural extension program, for example, to teach people how to farm in this climate, he simply told me, our peasants are very flexible. So what you may also notice in this slide is how wilted the garden is. And in the villages our team visited, very few families had access to water at all. Infrastructure is either broken or completely non-existent. And in contrast to the promises of resettlement programs, local government agencies appear to have resettled people in relatively barren and arid locations. This is Sanaf Bar and the orange dress, and her story is typical among our survey respondents. She is a 31-year-old mother of 5 children, and she participated in the Ministry of Labor's voluntary resettlement program because there was a lack of arable land in her mountainous home district. She received a total of $240 to assist her transition to her new home. And while she was reluctant to make overly critical remarks about this compensation, it was clear later in our conversation that she requires at least 5 times that amount to support her family. Sanafar also has about 300 square meters of land on which she grows sesame, and she sells the seed in the local market. She has no access to water, however, and while her sesame crop is largely rain-fed, she must walk up to 4 kilometers to fetch fresh drinking water. When this is not possible, she may collect water from a nearby ditch, but the community largely considers this area unsafe for drinking. After resettling here, her husband left the family to work in Russia, which is fairly typical. However, some years later, he stopped sending remittances and eventually cut off his contact with Sanafar. She says, "We were promised a heaven, but we have fallen into hell." Tajikistan, like most post-Soviet states, has a history of using displacement and resettlement programs as a form of social engineering. And from my research, I believe that current policies actively pursue similar goals to the Soviet period, which are specifically to securitize porous border regions with human populations and to promote the cotton industry. While the Tajik government's stated objectives to resettlement programs are decreasing poverty and promoting employment, they quite simply do not achieve this. Instead, these programs are indicative of a highly centralized government strength, which is not transferred to local levels. Overall, we can see that resettlement plans result in families like Sanafar's facing very low food security, and therefore can't possibly meet development objectives. In closing, I'd just like to echo what so many of the fellows have said, that I'm incredibly grateful to Rotary for having had this experience, in particular the opportunity to actually do some independent research during my AFE. It has enabled me to design a resettlement support program for IOM to address livelihoods issues in Tajikistan, and allowed me to continue to work in Tajikistan with IOM. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucas Peña, and it's an honor to be here today. Thank you, you all, for coming. The past September, the Colombian government and the FARC guerrilla made the most important announcement of recent Colombian history. After 3 years of peace negotiations, they agreed to have a peace agreement by March next year, and the FARC guerrilla group completely demobilized by May. I remember when I was applying to the Rotary Peace Fellowship, I framed my proposal with the aim of getting a leadership position with the Colombian government to contribute to the peace efforts given the ongoing negotiation process between the FARC and the government. So, if all goes well, I will be back in my country just in time to celebrate the agreement and re-enter to the labor market as a peace-building expert. Colombia's civil war is the most protracted armed conflict in the Western Hemisphere because of FARC is a 51-year-old guerrilla movement. In 2012, in Oslo, Norway, the FARC guerrilla and the Colombian government set in motion a peace negotiation to take place in Havana, in Cuba, with Venezuela and Norway as country guarantors and Cuba and Chile as country covenants. At the beginning of the peace process, a 5-point agenda was set. It was a negotiation roadmap, and it was said that there was neither a ceasefire nor a military clearance in any part of Colombian territory. Please take a look to the slide that shows the negotiation points, especially the first and fourth. This peace agreement did not take place in the vacuum, but is part of recent progress in different areas in Colombia. The peace agreement with the FARC is not just one additional step of a relatively recent path toward peace. For example, during the 2000s, this development took place. First, a reinforcement of the defense capacity and improvement of military actions against guerrillas and drug trafficking organizations. Second, a steady economic growth that put Colombia in the third place of biggest economy in Latin America after Brazil and Mexico, ahead of Argentina. Third, a disarmament, the mobilization and reintegration process of illegal right-wing paramilitary groups took place, that removed their way from conflict 30,000 combatants and 17,000 weapons. During that DDR process, I had the opportunity to work as a field officer on behalf of the Organization of American States, as you can see in the pictures in the screen. After that, I worked for the Colombian government in a land restitution program. One aspect of the peace process is rural development negotiation point. This includes both restitution of land and a policy to reactivate and rebuild the Colombian countryside. This is important because the Colombian war has taken place in rural areas, causing thousands of deaths and millions of internally displaced people since 1964. Land distribution in Colombia is perhaps the most unequal in the world. This remarkably unfair landholding structure has been one of the few political flags that the FARC still wave. 1/5 of our territory is arable and good for agriculture, but most of it is devoted to inefficient cattle farming. A lot is also used for illicit crops. Many Colombians were forced to leave their farms, and the greatest number were taken over or grabbed by drug barons, rich farmers, and even agribusiness corporate interests. This land and rural development issue links directly with the solution of drugs production and drug traffic, which is another point of the peace negotiation agenda. Drugs exports are a hugely profitable war economy that have sustained FARC's operation for decades. As much of you know, Colombia is the main cocaine exporter to the United States. Cocaine is produced through the processing of coca leaf, a crop that is planted in around 3 million hectares of land in areas really off the beaten track. Some of our peasantry and campesino people are engaged in the coca leaf production. So, to those people, programs must be directed and the approach changed. The so-called war on drugs has not worked out, and the supply of cocaine continued to the United States and Europe, while in Latin America it has meant hundreds of security expenditure. The war on drugs has also meant, and the prohibition approach of drugs has also meant lots of violence associated to the traffic of drugs. Therefore, Colombia's peace efforts will not bear fruits in the international strategy if the international strategy of drug reduction doesn't change. Decriminalizing drug possession and the use of personal consumption should be the first step, but this should lead to a controlled supply of drugs for addicts and occasional consumers, which are now being supplied by organized crime organizations and networks all over the world that make illegality the source of profit. Latin American countries are leading the initiative in this regard, facing the special session of the United Nations General Assembly on the World Drug Problem to take place in 2016, as our region is being affected by the cruelest and deadliest homicide rates in the world. The peace agreement presents an opportunity to bring a more equitable land distribution in Colombia. This also could allow for a countryside free of cocaine production, insofar as those peasants and internally displaced persons secure land rights and get enough support to produce crops in fair conditions, normalize the rural economy, and ensure food security. Since my arriving in Bradford as a peace fellow, I wanted to know more about the peace negotiations, peace processes, and land reform experiences. So I took the modules on natural resources during my master's course. There, I found out that Kenya in Africa was implementing a reform to the land sector that led me to research this process, the problems that they tried to solve, and how effective it was. I got an offer from a civil society organization called Ujamaa Center in Mombasa, the second largest city in Kenya, to be hosted as a researcher and undertake my applied field experience. Ujamaa is an organization that has been working on popular participation in social justice processes and efficient and sustainable use of natural resources, including land. Because of the cruel episodes in Kenya in early 2007 and 2008, a peace accord was settled, giving the land reform a new driving force. In order to curb future episodes of violence, the Kenyan states must resolve the historical land injustice issue, namely the misallocation of public land through fraudulent deals to present cronies and political and ethnic allies. Thanks to this accord, brokered by the United Nations mediation team, overt civil war was prevented. However, 3,000 people were killed and some tens of thousands forcibly displaced. Unfortunately, 7 years after the agreement was settled, and 5 years after the new constitution, little has happened in the ground and benefited the communities in Kenya. All those issues in land became my dissertation topic and keeping me busy these days. For my second applied field experience, I was invited to be part of the support staff of the symposium on conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and reconciliation, run annually by the International Peace and Security Institute, IPSI, in Bologna, Italy. As an alumni, I've been collaborated with IPSI in several ways since 2010, when I attended the seminar thanks to a fuller scholarship provided for IPSI. This is a 4-week program that puts together the most experienced practitioners of peace building, young professionals and scholars from all over the world. Working there was an amazing opportunity to enlarge my professional network and keep myself up to date with the current debates around dramatic conflicts and responses in Syria, Ukraine, Burundi, and Yemen, for example. Thanks a ton to IPSI for this opportunity. Before wrapping up, there is a list of conferences I attended the past 12 months. And finally, I want to thank you all Rotarians for providing funding for the Rotary Peace Fellowship and ensuring that the program will run with no financial problems until 2025. I strongly encourage you to continue believing in people from war-shattered countries because their nationals are in the first place, those who bear the responsibility to contribute to solve violence and inequality problems in their countries. Thanks a million to James Staton and Eleanor Staton for the hospitality and generosity on my arrival to England. Also to my Rotary Peace Fellows for becoming the best friends. Of course, to the university for the immense knowledge that I received from it. And fundamentally, thanks to my wonderful wife for making everything possible.
Hello. Nice to see everyone again. My name is Ross Wood, and today I'd like to talk a little bit about the transformation that I've gone through since becoming a Rotary Peace Fellow. And I'd also like to echo all of the previous speakers and Peace Fellows in saying that I want to express my sincerest gratitude to Rotary, the university faculty and staff, fellow Peace Fellows, and just everyone for being a part of what I consider to be a really formative experience for me. And having said that, I'd like to share a brief story that actually took place at this conference last year. And I was having a conversation with a Rotarian that has since become quite a good friend. And the Rotarian said, now Ross, listen, and I won't try and do the Yorkshire accent because I can't do it justice. He said, Ross, listen, we hear thank yous all the time. We're constantly getting thank yous. And what I'm more interested in is understanding why doing this is a good thing for you and for the people that you're going to work with in the future. And so I think that you can see that we're a remarkable group of people in many ways in terms of the diversity of our experiences and in terms of the skill sets that we bring with us to this opportunity to study. But I can say with confidence that the time that we spend here in Bradford enables us to be better humanitarians moving forward. And to that effect, I'd like to talk a little bit today about what I'm studying right now as I prepare my dissertation and some of the work that's gone into doing that. And in order to do that, I'll give you a little bit of background about myself. So before coming to Bradford, I worked for about a year and a half in Unity State in South Sudan as an area coordinator for a large NGO there that did food distributions as an implementing partner for the World Food Program. So in that capacity, I was overseeing a refugee population of about 80,000 people in Yida refugee camp. And we did monthly distributions and general food distributions for those people. And we also did nutrition programming for members of the host community there that were suffering from malnutrition as a result of ongoing violence in the region and also bombings to the north, actually, that were just talked about by Amelia. This has actually been quite good for me in terms of the programs today, because Bull touched on some of the issues I'll talk about, and Amelia touched on some well, so they've done some of the legwork for me. Okay, so what I'd like to talk a little bit about today is the situation in South Sudan in terms of food insecurity, right? So when I was a part of the refugee camp in December of 2013, as Bull mentioned earlier, there was widespread violence that occurred within the country. And the country, it's important to note, is made up entirely, or almost entirely, of subsistence farms. These are small family plots where sorghum, which is in the background, and groundnuts in the front are the primary crops. So I don't know this guy, this is a picture from Oxfam. But I did work closely with a lot of the farmers that had plots just like these. And you can see that these are robust crops. These things grow very well in these settings. And so it's not difficult for families to feed themselves if they're able to farm unimpeded. And so I can shock you with the statistic that since the outbreak of violence in South Sudan, only 4% of the arable land in the country has been used for farming. So in an area that has a very large population, considering the availability of arable land, people are not able to feed themselves. And historically, in South Sudan, going back to the colonial era with the Anglo-Egyptian influence, and even back to the Turco-Egyptian influence, food insecurity, which is a fancy academic term for saying people don't have enough to eat to survive, has been weaponized. So armed elements will intentionally rob other groups of people of the ability to feed themselves, to either force them to move into new areas or to make them reliant on that force for access to food. Okay, so that's going to become important in just a second. So, yeah. If we consider 2013, okay, I actually did take this photo, and this was right after the violence started in Unity State. This is about 10 kilometers north of the refugee camp where I was working in a small village. And you can see in the background, there's UNHCR, which is this UN operation, tarps in the back. So this is an area that's been touched by humanitarian aid. And this fire was a result of a disagreement between soldiers in the area. And the reason that this photo is important to what I'm speaking about is this is the government response to the burning building. This is the firefight. There's one guy, I don't know where he got the red helmet from, but he was sent with a water cooler to put out the fire, and the closest access to water is about a 10-minute walk in that direction. So I sat there and watched this guy fill up his bucket, throw it on, walk back to the water, fill up the bucket, throw it on, walk back to the water, and by the time it was done, you can see the building is gone. And this is an interesting and I think appropriate metaphor for a lot of the humanitarian work that goes on. You're almost trying to throw water on a fire with a bucket and a hole in it. And the more water you put in, the more water comes out, and it feels like you're just working without being able to move forward very well. So, in terms of food security, the knee-jerk reaction for humanitarians, and as Rotarians and as members of this university, we all view ourselves as humanitarians, I hope, is to go in and do something. So for me, and one of the reasons that I agreed to take a contract working as an implementing partner for the World Food Program in South Sudan, is that I wanted to go in and be able to have a positive impact on what was happening there. And so the knee-jerk reaction is to go in and give people food, right? If they don't have access to food, we'll go in, we'll bring food that we have from donor countries, or we'll bring currency that can purchase food locally, and we'll give the food to people, right? And so what's interesting is that there's a very difficult and complex set of events that happen in the course of a response to an emergency. And so we can talk a little bit about the evolution of aid packages or aid in general since the Cold War, when it was mostly about the surplus disposal of grains from donor countries, and then moved to kind of a humanitarian phrasing throughout the 70s and 80s, when Henry Kissinger kind of famously said that we have the technology to make sure no child goes hungry in the next 10 years, which hasn't really worked out for us. But it brings us to this question of, do we respond or do we not respond? And so this is the Samaritan's dilemma. Distributing food will help, and distributing food will hurt. So if we consider these two claims, distributing food will help, this is the first point of reference for people, right? We can go in, we can save lives because people will not be starving. People will have the opportunity to give themselves the time to devote themselves to other things in order to build up their economy so that they'll be self-subsistent in the future. And it will also be an opportunity to engage in other development programs through the access of distributing food. Then we have the other side of this problem, and we say, well, if we go in and we distribute food, who exactly are we distributing the food to? We could be giving it to members of a group that actually caused the food insecurity in the first place, and they'll further use that food to constrict the ability of suffering people to receive their own food. If we go in and distribute food, we are putting food in a certain space, so people will be naturally drawn to come to get the food. So we can create what's called IDPs, where people are displaced from their homes to come to a rallying point to collect the food, and you have a shift in populations that might not be natural for the country. So in considering these things, what we've done is we've problematized the response. And this is a word that gets thrown around at the university constantly. Like the goal in understanding how you can comport yourself to do something well is to problematize something in a way that you understand the different aspects of the problem and are then able to step back and say, well, no solution is going to be perfect, but this solution could be the best solution for us. And so in terms of my dissertation, one of the things that I'm writing about is whether or not the food aid that has been sent to South Sudan recently has actually been a part of creating the perpetuation of violent conflict there. So I'll let you know what I conclude as soon as I turn it on December 8th. You're welcome to contact me to find out the exciting conclusion. But at the very least, what I can tell you is that before I came to Bradford, and I was working in a very large operation. We were giving out millions of metric tons of food throughout the country. I had never been exposed to these concepts of conflict sensitivity, of problematizing issues in order to be able to better serve the beneficiaries that you're trying to help. I had an inkling that there's no real monocausal explanation for interstate violence, but I didn't know that I could put a term to that and explore literature surrounding that. So thank you, Neil, for that. And I also didn't know that the nationalization of the womb within interstate violence often impacts food insecurity in the way that prices are responded to. So thank you, Fiona, for that. And moving forward, I'll be able to take these concepts and I'll be able to apply them to the work that I do in the future. So one of the things that the Rotarian that I was having this conversation with at the conference pointed out is that oftentimes Peace Fellows will just take a break in a career track that seems like it would have been uninterrupted anyways. Like, I'll go from being a field officer with the World Food Program, study here, then go back to being a field officer with the World Food Program and move up in the ranks that way. But I can tell you that without having had the opportunity to come here and study these concepts and use these case studies as examples in the way that we have, even going back to doing the exact same thing that I was doing before, I will be more effective and I will be able to share these strategies with the people with whom I work in the future. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, Amelia, Lucas, and Ross. We now welcome a few questions from the floor. So for Ross, is it ever better not to provide assistance to people that may die without it?
That's an incredibly difficult situation, and one of the case studies that we explored, I actually can't remember which course it was in, was the Rwanda genocide. And actually the notion of conflict sensitivity, and there's kind of a buzz phrase within that discourse, which is do no harm, came out of the response, the humanitarian response to the Rwanda genocide, or even before the genocide occurred. And it was argued at the time that the response itself actually enabled the just huge scale of the massacre that took place. So looking back, I could tell you that there are instances where within that context, it probably would have been better to not have provided aid. But if I had been there at the time, of course I would have provided the aid. And another interesting thing is that the relationships that humanitarian aid workers make with the people that they're working with and serving on the ground really shapes the way that they view aid delivery mechanisms. So you'll have a very different conversation, I think, with a policymaker that's in Rome or Washington, D.C. About when aid should be withheld than you would with somebody that's on the ground actually dealing with those circumstances.
Thank you, Ross. I'm sorry, I'm going through questions as quickly as I can. For Amelia, or for the whole panel, have you found any links between natural resources and radicalization?
So my research has mostly been in resettlement, which has a lot to do with access to land and water. And I think in Tajikistan, we actually have a very interesting example of how lack of access to land led to resettlement, which may have been one of the causes of the civil war in the 90s, the late 90s. So basically what happened is that there was a series of population transfers that happened, or displacement and resettlement programs that happened during the Soviet period. And by bringing people from a number of different regions from around the country to one very small, specific region in the sort of central southern part of the country, it actually brought together a number of different identities which had been previously separated by mountains and didn't really come in contact with each other. So one of the results of this was sort of a crystallization of identities, and the way that this then played out in politics led many people believe this was one of the causes of the Civil War. Of course, access to other kinds of political resources and things like that were also a part of it. On the other hand, what we see in resettlement communities now is, as I mentioned before, many young men go to Russia to work. And although I don't have exact statistics on this, I understand that the majority of those men actually come from cotton-growing areas, which are dominated by resettlement villages, actually. So we see a lot of these young men leaving the country to go to work in Russia and sort of mitigating the problem that unemployed and disenfranchised groups of young men can often cause in social circumstances, which could sometimes lead to extremism or radicalisation. So what we're seeing right now actually is a number of bans on re-entry for some of those young men to return to Russia. So they'll come back for holidays in Tajikistan, and then they're not able to actually return for often very simple reasons like not paying a cell phone bill. So these young men are now back unemployed in resettlement areas which are highly marginalized, as I discussed earlier, and have no real employment possibilities. So again, in some places we do see this potentially lead to radicalization. Thank you.
Well, regarding the Colombian case, radicalization is not normally a concept that the public policy makers use, but the persistence of cocaine production have produced profitable markets so that organized crime groups could operate and sustain military operations against each other. I understand radicalization in this context. In the case of one of these criminal organizations would claim any political objective, which is not normally the case. Of course, we have had some examples of criminal gangs that want to enter in a dialogue process with the government, but it's not the case. The opposite way that the guerrilla, let's say, political movements get or turn into criminal groups is more frequent. Yeah, I would say so.
Nothing to add?
Well, in terms of radicalization, could you repeat the question?
Fair question. Okay. Have you found any links between natural resources and radicalization?
Oh, sure. Okay. So as Bull mentioned earlier, one of the key issues in South Sudan right now is oil. They have large oil reserves, and in addition to the oil itself, they actually have to figure out how to get the oil out of the country. They're landlocked, so they've had to go north through Sudan in recent years in order to be able to do that. But there's discussions of building a pipeline that will exit off the coast of Kenya now. And that actually has brought up some pretty extreme responses from either side as to whether or not that should or should not happen. So members of the Sudanese elites have sent in teams to undermine that project. And it's interesting that the actions of those people coming in to undermine the project is actually what would radicalize people to join militias within South Sudan out of anger for what's seen as an unwarranted attack on their communities. But interestingly, and actually one of the panelists spoke to this, that the anger and outrage that people feel is not necessarily directed back towards the people that caused it. It's just this kind of angst that they have that then they need to get out some way. So they'll join either a government or an opposition militia and go off to fight.
Thanks, Ross. I believe we're at the end of our third group. Thank you so much for your questions. If you didn't get to your question, please connect with the fellows whatever you'll have a chance next few hours. And yeah, I believe, thank you very much.
My name is Margaret Fenton, and I'd like a word with you as donors in a minute. You'll have to forgive my silliness because I'm used to working with youth around the world, so I want you all to do an activity if you're awake. I'd like you to clasp your hands together several times. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. So when you interlace your fingers, everyone do that. Perfect. So look down. We do this the same way every time we do it. It's incredibly comfortable, right? So what I want you to do now is to take that and shift everything up to one. So we've just moved from our comfort zone to something different. How does it feel? It's a little strange, right? We're kind of squirmy. We really want to move our fingers back to that more natural position. Okay, so this sort of stretch, this discomfort, is often where the potential for change lies, right? Listen to the people who have spoken before me today, and the generations that have come before us and the people that will come after. Not one of us have done what we've done by staying in our comfort zones. Great change is uncomfortable. But the reason that we are invested, and the foundation is invested, and that you are invested in us, is that you see in us the potential for great change. I'd like to ask you for the next few minutes to open your mind to the possibility that better solutions require us to move outside of our comfort zones, and that critical thought is at the forefront of those changes. So I was raised in a family that believes giving is paramount. And I grew up donating time, money, used clothes, all kinds of stuff. And the mantra was kind of that for those to whom much has been given, much is also expected in the world. So in my photography work, when I shifted from doing newspaper work to doing nonprofit photography, I then was often seeing firsthand where the money of donors like myself, like you, was going in the world. A few years ago, I spent a good chunk of time in Mexico, in rural villages outside of Tequila, interviewing communities about their water problems, about their needs, and about possible solutions. And then I went back with all of this video and photography, all of this evidence of what was happening there. And the things that the nonprofit wanted to do, and the things that the people wanted and needed, didn't match. But because the nonprofit had a corporate donor, and that organization was interested in helping in a specific way, the NGO was only going to help in the way the donor wanted, the donor had intended. And so whether they knew it or not, the donor was driving development for this community. And not in a particularly context-sensitive way. So all that to say, our intentions as donors are not necessarily realized in the actual execution of the projects. Oh, I'm going on way. I spent the summer months working with UNICEF Cambodia and Siem Reap on child protection issues, and I have to hold these closer. And conducting the initial research for what has now become an
an expanded project. It's a nationwide study at this point. And a little bit about Cambodia. So Cambodia spent more than 20 years in internal conflict. And the rule of the Khmer Rouge in particular caused extensive devastation to the local population. A quarter of the population died from exhaustion, from executions, and from the famine that followed between 1975 and 79. Communities and families were separated. Social services and government institutions were suspended, and much of the social fabric was simply torn apart. At present, despite having one of the fastest growing economies in Asia, more than 30% of Cambodians live at or below the poverty line. And while the availability of universal primary education was realized under the Millennium Development Goals, this does not remedy the attitudes of adults toward education or the pressures to earn an income from a very early age. More than 60% of the population is under the age of 25, and economic migration to urban areas and to Thailand is rampant. In a region where human trafficking is prevalent, attitudes towards children may take on a cost-benefit analysis tone in a way that would be off-putting to many of our sensibilities. Between 2005 and 2010, the number of orphanages in Cambodia grew by 65%. Most of the children come from incredibly poor rural areas. Their experiences, even before arriving, would categorize them as vulnerable. These children are then given an education, 3 meals a day, a home, a new sense of family, access to healthcare, and generally advantages such as computer and English classes. Sponsoring an individual child's living expenses and education is a common way for these facilities to engage with donors. For perhaps $50 a month, you can provide all of these things. They will send you letters, photos, and increasingly, you can go visit the child you're sponsoring. Your relations with and support of this child could span years. And this is easy marketing. I have spent years producing these sorts of images for nonprofits. Cute kids pull at our heartstrings. These images dare us not to care about these children as donors. But what if I told you that 80% of the children in these orphanages are not orphans? 80% of them are not orphans. That orphanage directors go to rural villages and find children to fill the ranks. That they've become a tourist attraction for people to visit, photograph, and even play with to elicit donations. That volunteers without background checks, without education, without teaching experience, pay the directors to volunteer at the centers. And perhaps the most distressing is that our sponsorship of that one individual child means that that child cannot go home. That 4/5 of them are then locked away from seeing their families. That the income of the staff and the director depends on that child being right there. In the global north, industrialized nations, we do not institutionalize children. We even have emergency foster care placements now, and generations of research have led us to the conclusion that institutionalization is bad for children. It's been shown to produce socio-emotional and cognitive development problems, increased health risks, lower growth rates, clinical personality disorders, speech delays, and an impaired ability to reintegrate with society as an adult. Residential care, additionally, has been shown to place children at increased risk of physical and sexual abuse. In post-conflict societies in particular, economic growth may be a vacuum of economic activity. So growth tends to cluster around sectors where money is coming in this case from donors. Orphanages here are an industry set up to capture resources. I visited one orphanage that has essentially created a franchise. They operate 13 orphanages in different provinces around the country and intentionally place children far from where they come from to discourage family visits and prevent the children from traveling home. So, in deciding to sponsor a child's education, as a donor, I would never expect to make that child more vulnerable, to separate them from their family, to make them more prone to abuse, or to force them into years of institutionalization. Our good intentions as donors do not guarantee a like-minded execution. So then as donors, what can we do? In most contexts, there are ways of giving that provide better outcomes. In this case, in the case of Cambodia, investing in rural economic opportunities which mitigate that clustering effect, or even microfinance opportunities, give families greater opportunities to provide for their children. Supporting government and NGO efforts to build more schools, train more teachers, or contributing to things as simple as bicycle programs make education vastly more accessible. So in Cambodia, there are ways of providing food and education to children that provide sustainable livelihoods and allow children to stay with their families as well. So then what lessons can we take from this particular instance into other places? Organizations that work in partnership with other organizations tend to all be operating on the same sort of ethical standard and understanding. Vast numbers of new charities in the space fragment funding, which makes it difficult to meaningfully address problems. So giving to long-standing charities in a place avoids contributing to that situation, and those nonprofits have the potential to be more sensitive to the conflict, having been immersed in the area for longer. And while it is incredibly attractive to have a sense of personal ownership in a project for the education of a child, in some instances, giving to an organization's general budget may be a better outcome for everyone. Ultimately, we can't stop caring. These children are too important for us to stop caring and to try to do big things. And as donors, we have the power and responsibility to impact great and positive change in the world. And critical thinking is imperative. Our comfortable ways of giving and thinking about development in the world need to be stretched in new ways. The diversity of the Rotary Peace Fellows program The diversity of this program and the way we stand to impact peace is an innovative and consequential start. And I'm incredibly grateful to Rotarians around the world for their vision of great change, and I'm incredibly honored to now be a bearer of the torch. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. I'm going to move your stand. Okay, so we have time for a few questions. The first is for Jambo. You say, I'll go back to a handwriting problem. You say external restriction by the government. How was your activity on your FA viewed by the government?
Restrictions, okay. I want to talk a little in terms of civil society's activities, that every activities needs to go through getting approval from the government. For example, if you want to do one particular project on education, you have to get the approval from the government institute to say that this is safe to do this. So every time we have a lot of sort of like external limitation, restriction from government saying what you can do, what you cannot do, what in certain period you cannot do, this type of activity. And these are quite frustrating sometimes because we're expected to finish something on the deadline because of the government's restrictions on certain without much reasoning, and then we can't do anything about it. Sometimes it's frustrating. That's something I was actually referred to external restriction here.
All right, thank you very much. And this one is for Meg. Meg, how can you discern when it is appropriate to have a child put in an orphanage, given the context that you've given us?
It's a very good question. So I think that there's a lot to be said for people operating in that local context who actually have the experience that we would expect of people that work with children here who are vulnerable. So to think that there are no people with social work experience in this location, I just think that here, I would never make a decision about whether or not it was appropriate to place a child in care. That there are steps we would go through with a vulnerable child to have them assessed, to put them in capable hands that have been trained, that have been regulated, and those services exist in Cambodia. And I guess this is where context becomes really crucial, because I think sitting across the world, it is hard to discern, based on what an organization is telling you, whether or not that is accurate. But we live in an age of Google. We live in an age where academic journals are all available online. And being able to access that information and to say, well, wait a second. We wouldn't just fill orphanages here with anyone, right? That there would be a process. And being able to search, I mean, in Cambodia, everything is in English. There's all sorts of resources online that you can find, but there are government agencies, there are government institutions, and there are lots of government policies in place. At this point, the limitation is then that the rate at which it's expanding, the government cannot match pace to regulate it. So in doing my research, for every organization I found listed online, that was on the government list, I found another one for every 4 organizations. So that means that the number of organizations actually operating are even beyond the scope of what the government knows exists, and certainly has the capacity to regulate. So I would just say that there are people who are qualified to make decisions about placing a child in an orphanage, and that those resources are available locally and are operating locally. And so I think as donors, it's really important for us to do that level of research and to think about, well, wait a second, and to question and then to research whether or not the way we're spending our money is really doing the things that we think it is doing in the world. That was really long-winded and roundabout.
Thank you. Okay, John, another question for you. What is the presence of Rotary in Tibet and China? Are there clubs, and have you had any interaction?
There's no Rotary clubs inside of the Tibet, whether it's in the autonomous region or other prefectures. But there are several Rotary, as being updated, 10 Rotary clubs in China. Okay, so I've been interacted with one of them, trying to sort of like contact one of the Rotary club in Beijing, and I still didn't hear back from them yet. So there's no Rotary clubs in Tibet.
Thank you. And Megan, I have a question for you. These guys get the short end of the stick because there's only 2 of them. They have to keep going and answering the question.
So 4?
Right, yeah. Okay, so this will be the last one.
Okay, good.
Were there any specific courses that you took that developed this outlook that you have on development, and especially what you just talked about in the presentation?
Yeah, I think this fellowship has been incredible for critical thought. And I just think that, sorry, my shoe just went through the floor. I think that it's the breadth of what we have taken on is what really offers the perspective. So I can't imagine being able to analyze in the same way had I not been to a gender studies class, or to be able to analyze the same way had I not taken development theory. And so I think really the thing that's been fostered kind of across the board is that sort of expectation that you're not just assuming based on what's handed to you that this is a reality and this is the fact, but the encouragement to question and to connect and to understand it in context. has been really consequential. And so for me, I think in terms of how I'm approaching development, I kind of, having had the experiences I've had and seen what I'd seen in development before arriving here, I think that I was already looking for a way to kind of wrap my head around it. And the program here has been really instrumental in just kind of being able to think about things and to see things from a variety of angles. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So moving forward, I've made several promises, especially to the New Zealanders in attendance, that I will try and get you out in time for the rugby. So with that in mind, I would like to invite to come forward for the vote of confidence the Rotary Peace Center Committee Chairman, who is Mr. Peter Kyle. So, thank you, sir.
So District Governor Hazel, my fellow past District Governors, fellow Rotarians and guests, as Ross has mentioned, I've been told several times today that there's an important event being televised at 4 o'clock and that we are required to be out of here in front of a television set. So I'll try and limit my remarks to the next 15 or 20 minutes. We have been treated with a wonderful series of presentations today. After lunch, who could not be moved by the presentation by Patrick Magee and Joe Berry? An extraordinary story. We also had a series of presentations on Islamic radicalism, what it means, possible areas of reform, very thought-provoking presentations, all too short. Every one of them I thought, if it could be a little longer, it would be so much better, but of course we don't have the time. But excellent presentations, good choice of subjects for that after lunch period. But I particularly want to refer to the presentation by the Peace Fellows. Very powerful, very professional. Takes a lot to do these presentations. There's a lot of preparation involved, a certain degree of nervousness. Appearing in front of a bunch of Rotarians is not an easy thing for many young people to do, but I congratulate each one of you. Every one of them was very powerful. Every one of them I thought was well presented and well prepared. Most of the Rotarians in the audience will be familiar with the program, but you may not have the chance very often to meet a live Peace Fellow. Once a year, each of the centres does this sort of seminar. I've been to a number of seminars in different centres. And it gives us a chance to see the people that we are sponsoring. And I hope that you agree with me that the 10 fellows that presented today are shining examples of the Rotary Peace Fellowship Programme. And I guess I was struck by the extraordinary life experiences that they've all had, whether it's Tibet, or South Sudan, or Tajikistan, or Colombia, and as I look at all the Philippines, or even New Zealand. How lucky to have an AFE in New Zealand. I didn't think that would be permitted within the rules, but I'm delighted to see that that was possible. But such a variety of experiences, more experiences than many of us have in our own lives. And I think it gives us a lot of confidence that the program is developing the way that Rotary wants it to develop. I have the privilege this year of chairing the Rotary Peace Centres Committee, which is the committee that selects the Peace Fellows. We met in Evanston last month and we just selected the next cohort of Peace Fellows. 10 will be arriving here in September of next year, and they are a very impressive group of young people. We've just selected our 1000th Peace Fellow. We have about 1,060 now in the system. Each year we have 100 Peace Fellows graduating from the 6 centres around the world. Each one of them is an ambassador for peace. Each one of them has been carefully selected. They had the benefit of a wonderful program, either at the master's programs or the 3-month certificate course at Chulalongkorn University in Thailand. And I think long term, of course, the immediate goal of Rotary is the eradication of polio. But once polio has been eradicated, and it will be eradicated within the next couple of years, I think the Peace Centre's program is Rotary's long-term gift to the world. I think the opportunities that these Peace Fellows have been given, the work that they're doing, and I see many of the Peace Fellows around the world, both where I work, I used to work in Washington and in other parts of the world, what the Peace Fellows are doing, and the levels of responsibility that they are now beginning to exercise gives me, and I think should give you, a lot of hope that this program is well supported, well conceived, and I do encourage you to continue to support it. This year, we had a 20% increase in the number of applicants. Last year on the website, we had 10,000 hits. This year, we had 34,000 hits. The Peace Fellowship program is gaining in awareness. It's becoming much more accepted around the world. We are close to reaching our target of $150 million, which would make the program self-sustaining. As you know, this is a program completely funded by Rotary International. There's no funding involved by clubs or districts. It's funded internationally. And hopefully we'll meet our goal by the end of 2017, the Rotary year 2017, of $150 million. Donations by Rotarians, people who believe in peace, people who believe in the concept of peace. As you know, Rotary has 6 areas of focus. Peace and conflict resolution is one of the 6 areas. And all the other areas, basic literacy, disease prevention, maternal and child care, economic community, water and sanitation, all depend on peace. So there's a big focus at the moment on promoting peace within the Rotary world. We are developing relationships with other partners that are involved in the peace community. We are, of course, closely involved with the Peace Rotarian Action Group, and I encourage all the Peace Fellows to join the Rotarian Action Group. And Alison Sutherland is here. She will give you a membership form, I'm sure. So there are lots of initiatives to promote the role of peace, to support the other areas of focus. So on behalf of the chairman of the trustees of the Rotary Foundation, I want to thank particularly those involved in the organisation of this seminar, to the host area councillors, Ken and Chris and Dick, and other host area councillors. Thank you for your support over many years. To the host families, to the distance families, your role is integral to this whole process. And I'm very grateful that you've been able to step up, and I'm glad that you've had an opportunity to come today and to listen and to see your host students. To the faculty, to Neil Cooper and all the members of the Bradford University faculty, thank you for your support of the program. The partnership between Rotary and the universities is very, very important, and we'll be talking more about that over the next few days. But most of all, I want to thank the Peace Fellows for what you've done, what you're doing. You're about to graduate, you're about to go out into the big wide world. We wish you every success. We thank you for what you've contributed today. And again, to all those involved in the Peace Fellowship program, please continue to support the program. It really is a really important way in which Rotarians can be, in the words of President Ravi Ravindran, a gift to the world. Thank you very much.
So now we'd like to take an opportunity to thank specifically some of the individuals that have been incredibly supportive of us, and Meg will do that right now.
Where's my stuff? We have had just the amazing privilege to not experience one but 2 changes in power during our time here. So we have not 1 but 2 host area coordinators and not 1 but 2 directors of the Peace Center here, which makes us incredibly lucky because we get twice as much advice, twice as much wisdom, twice as much wit. So we would like to invite, we just really want to thank immensely Chris Bound, who is our outgoing host area coordinator, and Ken Robert Shaw, who is our incoming host area coordinator, and Caroline Hughes, who is under the weather and unable to be here with us, who's the outgoing, well, she's gone already, I guess. former director of the Peace Studies Center here at Bradford, and Neil Kacper, who is the president. So if you all would please come forward, we'd like to offer a little thank you for all of your contributions to our class.
Sorry, Chris, you're going to have to walk back this far. Sure.
So, we want to thank you so much for your attention throughout the day. Hopefully this event will have been directly relevant to some of the things that you've been thinking through as Rotarians and also just as members of the human race. In closing, we'd like to thank Rotary International, Rotary in Britain and Ireland, the host area committee, and in particular our local and distance host counselors who have been so supportive in making this transition from being abroad to living in the United Kingdom easy for us. And there's no way that we would have been able to pull this off, and especially well within time, without the help of our incredible IT team, Les and Keith. And if you guys these two gentlemen have been integrally involved in all the also, I have been asked to inform you, if you think that things went well today, we would like to encourage you to come down and pick up a comment card and fill it out and give it back to a Rotarian if you don't have one. If you don't think things have gone well today, there is a recycling bin. But in all seriousness, we really would value your feedback so that next year the conference will be even better than this seminar, even better than it is today.
Badges in the bins at the back.
Yes, and if you could please take the plastic cases for your badges, throw them in the bins at the back so they can be reused later, and that'd be great as well. And just, I'm sure that I've forgotten something, but in closing, yeah, we want to thank you so much for coming. And if you have any questions about anything that you've heard today, please find a Peace Fellow. And looking forward to next year. Thanks very much.